and welcome to another episode of Kuro no Kiseki. It's me, your host, Logic Blade, and we are back. Last time around, we finished up Chapter 3, and Chapter 3 was kind of insane, honestly. Like, we dealt with a couple of kidnappings. I did days 2 and 3 in Tharbad. So, first Shahina and Mariel get kidnapped. We have to go rescue them from those asshole tourists again. We find out that Armada's running their drug rings through Vegas Films. And they've got a whole facility in the basement of one of the biggest film companies out there. Because, you know, of course they do. So, we have the police and the guild crack down on that. In the meantime, we go rescue the other sister who is being held in that facility. We reunite the two sisters. They're like, okay, we're gonna solve this problem by having Shahina dance in the festival instead. And that goes well for a bit until fucking Mafia boss man shows up, gives her a mask, because apparently they still have those things. They can't just let this plot point fucking die. I hate these fucking masks. But yeah, apparently, you know, brainwashing power activate, superpower dance, same shit that we dealt with in Hajimari with Ilya. Oh, crap. Okay, so anyway, yeah. Dealt with all that nonsense. And, yeah. So, while that was happening, Sarah had to get into a dance battle with her sister to, you know, deal with all that bullshit, and we had to go stop Mafia Man from, you know, making shit worse, because it was causing all the people to riot. And, oh shit, you had to deal with riots in sensible matters in this game. So, gotta go climb up a building, gotta go work with Grimcats, and, you know, gotta beat up some bosses. So, yeah. Ended up fighting a fucking werewolf this time. Because, you know, we need to Grendel fight something, and God fucking damn it. I need to find a way to get audience more defense. It's time to buy her some swag clothes, I think. Anyway, let's party on, shall we? Oh, this is a new place. Cut the bullshit! How long are you gonna spend on these goddamn calculations? But this is the most accurate we can be with our current equipment. From the perspective of modern physical and orbital engineering, this is... You think an assistant like you is in a position to lecture me? You think I, of all people, do not understand our current equipment's lack of precision? The theory has already been established. It's your job to make it into reality. Show me some awareness befitting Calvard's most prestigious laboratory. I've had enough of this. I'll be asking for the results tomorrow, so do everything you possibly can to get them by then. Got it? Looking like it'll be another all-nighter. He's way too desperate, ever since he lost Professor Cronkite. There's no point complaining. We just have to keep working. Meanwhile, at Burn Industrial... That's completely different from what we'd agreed to. I thought you were going to stay with us until we took the Zyphas public. Sorry about that. I've been kind of busy with my main project. We'll at least finish the work that we were asked to. I likewise plan to set the project aside once I finish my share of tasks. Of course, if you're willing to take responsibility for any problems that arise from me not giving my other work my undivided attention, then we may have something to discuss. You're doing something like that? If there are no objections, I'll take my leave. I'm really sorry. She has such a ditzy voice. Oh yeah, I need to work on fixing up that thing they asked me about. Damn it! This is exactly why I said the professor's disciples are. Ooh, excuse me. If only she didn't leave Basil so carelessly in the first place. Professor Callahan's obsessing over some nonsensical research at a time like this. What is it? A patent lawsuit from ETWS and Red Star? Get our legal consultant to do something about it now! Aldora and ZCF are sharing tech. This must be part of their Tech Federation deal. Give me all the details. The AF plan leaked early? What happened to our agreement with Terrell? The Observational Study? It's almost that time again! Do you think I can deal with all that right now? Ugh. Of course, everything has to pile up all at once. Each and every one of them are just... No, wait. Maybe that's the tickets. She has a third disciple after all. Even now, he's probably still cooped up in that old building. Okay. Well, it sounds like the Vern Company's in some serious shit. There's the Shadar Triangle. This really is the best time to see it. If only it were a bit less cloudy. I don't know about best time to see, you know, stars in the sky, you know, at frickin' dusk. But I mean, you can observe the sky during, you know, non-nighttime hours. It's just, you're gonna be missing out on the best stuff. Personally. The perfect timing I need for my homework is going to be in about 10 months. I hope she'll come back by then. Come back? Sorry, don't worry about it. Woof. Inquiring. Is there a problem? It's okay. I've got Theo and Zeros with me after all. I'm not a kid anymore. I can at least hold out until Grandma gets back. Come on, you're still a kid. No need to put on the act. Hey, you holding up out there? Boss, I just got a new lens, so I wanted to try it out. It's super precise, with a margin of error of only 0.03 microarg. The people of Craftsman Street really make some amazing stuff. Glad to hear it. It was an assignment from the professor, after all. But I was asking about you, though. Don't you think you've been crammed up in here way too much lately? No, I'm fine as is. I'm sorry, I made you worry about me, didn't I? Is this arrangement really okay? I'm sure it's bothersome to the people up top, and it's all just for my sake. Come on, kids like you shouldn't sweat the details like that. Researchers have their role, and engineers have theirs. Plus, it would bring shame to the people of Basil's name if we didn't help the professor's favorite student. Boss, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry. 1 second. A call from the CEO? What does he want with me? Huh? Excuse me? Why are you suddenly... But this is the professor's. Understood. I'll be there right away. He can hustle when he needs to. That damn Townsend. He better be up to no good. Or what? No. He better not be up to no good. Those mean different things entirely. Class 1A. 6th period. No, that's wrong. Capital City of Edith, 5th District, Auber Street. Aramis High School. Class 1A, 6th period. History of the Republic. Calvard's monarchy reached its limit about 100 years ago. Around this time, a great empire in the far east collapsed, and Erebonia once again succeeded in annexing Crossbell. Furthermore, a large-scale famine began, and the nobility continued to oppress the people, even through all of the suffering. The ones who rose up in revolt were students of the Royal Academy, Sheena Dirk and her companions. At that point in time, the idea of a democratic revolution seemed nothing but idealistic. And yet, the idea attracted many people, and a true movement began. There was a thorough crackdown during which many people lost their lives, and Dirk herself was imprisoned and suffered many hardships as a result. But in the end, Sheena herself became a symbol of the Revolutionary Army, and the old monarchic system was completely toppled, overcoming both the despotism of her once close friend, the philosopher Auguste, as well as invasion by the Imperial noble forces. Sheena Dirk took up the role of the Republic of Calvard's first leader, and continued on to achieve many more great things. One of the most well-known of which being Miss Claudel, if you would. Yes. First, she continued modernizing by chartering the Republican Constitution, and proceeded to move the capital city to Edith. Furthermore, to elaborate on the foundings and origins of our Aramis High School, she naturally incorporated many of the opinions of her ally, the artist Aramis. Ultimately, they used not only the neighboring Liberals' Royal Academy as a reference, but also their enemy nation's military academy of Thors. They believed in combining many, regardless of race, nationality, ideology, or creed, and challenging them into something greater. I believe it was one of their greatest achievements, one that represented the entirety of the Republic of Calvard. An excellent answer, and one that certainly must be addressed when talking about Dirk. Now then, Aramis was the first president of our school, and his works have had a great... Aramis is a he, sorry. And Aramis was the first president of our school, and his works have had a great influence on art history and... Doing great today again, Agnes. Picture perfect as always. Better watch out, you got some rivals. Shut up and focus on class. Bruh. Can't spell Albert without down bad. After school, homeroom. Now, as you all know, the observational study will be next week. Yet it looks like we still have a number of students who have not yet decided on a destination. Just like our academic festival in April, the curriculum will be left up to the students' discretion. As we still need to arrange lodging, we would like you to decide by the end of the week. If you would do the honors, class representative. Yes. Everyone please rise. Bow. I joked about it earlier, but Agnes really is just blonde Emma, isn't she? I know it's outside the country, but Crossbell's gotta be the way to go. Right? I really want to see Arkansas live. That does sound interesting. But if I'm gonna go somewhere just within the Republic, my choice would probably be... Arashen's really pretty. I can't wait to go. Langport and Messeldon would be a great choice too. We could go see the ocean. Honestly, I think I'm more interested in Tharbad, considering they just had the film festival there. So, what's got you all worried? I'm not really worried about anything. The observational study is part of Aramis's independent curriculum for second and first years. Well, given that it's optional, it seems there's some students who decide not to partake in it. Don't tell me you're unsure of whether or not you want to go. You two can always see right through me. Well, you already know about it, so there's no point hiding it. I still don't know what will be happening with my job at that point, so I'm trying to put off the choice until the last second. Just like I thought. You seem to go on business trips a lot for it, don't you? Didn't you also get a new employee there? Some service concierge or something, right? Oh, I get it. You don't want to fall behind because she's such a pretty lady, isn't it? But it's not like that. Ugh. You all seem rather lively over here. Oh, hey Ren. Good work today, as always. Yes, you as well. By the by, since I just transferred here this year, I'm planning to come along for the observational study. Should we end up choosing the same destination, I'm more than willing to help you with all your lodging arrangements. You can take all the time you need to think on it, okay? Try to find some way to make it work with your job. Jeez. Thank you, though. But I really want to go with Agnes. You still haven't decided either, right, Albert? I'm just thinking it out carefully. Where do you plan to go, Ren? I hear Crossbell's pretty popular, no? Well, I'm pretty used to that place, and I have a lot of people I know there. So I'd rather go somewhere a bit outside my comfort zone. I've already been to the Gleaming City in the old capital a few times. And the film festival in Tharbad's already over. I can't get much of a grasp on her. She's as much of a mystery as ever. That's why I think I'd like to go back to that little place. A one-of-a-kind city filled with Calvard's greatest knowledge and technology. A place that oozes both history and innovation. It's filled with so many interesting things to check out, like the production of Zyphas in the OrbitalNet, and so much more. Oh. So you're going to... Basil. Mushroom. October 18th, 11:03 p.m. Or a.m. My bad. Chapter 4, Disaster Protocol. I've read your report. Seems like things are going well for the most part. It seems we'll have no issues with our support operations around the capital either. I'll leave everything about your transfer to Arkride Solutions office to your own judgment, barring any emergencies. Acknowledged. Thank you. I will continue to keep you updated on all matters regarding the case of A, save for a few exceptions. That would be greatly appreciated. Though I do believe there have been more of these exceptions than I had originally anticipated. My apologies. It's simply that... Oh, there's no need to fret. I'm not scolding you, and you've not violated any of our regulations. Of course, unlike a certain society, we are not at liberty to grant complete autonomy to our executive enforcers. Thank you. I admit, I'm still not quite used to all of our corporate activities. Dude, when you put it like that, how are you saying you're not like the society, my dude? Regardless, I'm particularly interested in the recent behavior of Van Arkride's Hollow Core. Apart from that, I'm eagerly awaiting the practical and development data from you. Well, I'll leave both of those matters in your hands. Service Concierge, Reset Twining. Understood. Have a good day, General Manager Thorndyke. Marduk. Even as one of their own employees, I still don't know how deep this rabbit hole goes. Their profits are top priority, and to that end they seem to be willing to blur the lines between reality and fiction. Although I suppose I'm in no position to be saying such things. Now then, I suppose I should commence my duties for the day. Oh, here you are. I hope you're doing well, Van. Oh, is class already over? Yep, it went by without incident. You're doing some maintenance before work? You're so diligent. Well, this is my most important partner after all. Speaking of, people back at your place mostly used orbital cars to get around too, right? Is your dad or anyone else really into them? Maybe? I know we used a Reno. I think he was always very particular about the tires and the damper. Makes sense. It's probably since you were always using it in the mountains and the desert. Did you know the reason we were able to drive so well in the sand dunes during our last trip was because I did a pretty careful tune-up on this baby? Oh, I see. Though I'm not sure I understand. Alright, listen up then. The most important part of customizing your car is the suspension, and... Hey, what's that? Oh, that? It's something I got this morning from Elsheim. It's a gift from the Crown Prince. Oh yeah, he mentioned something about that. I've added a nice bonus on top of your reward. It should arrive within the next few days, so look forward to it. There are some custom parts made with state-of-the-art materials. Pretty nice knowing an heir to a country that can get you stuff like this. Though I'm not super happy about having to prepare for the event of even more people to haul around. Oh, are they parts to add more seating in the back? You've seen them before? I may have mentioned it before, but I have an older brother who left our corps and works independently now. The car he was driving when he came to visit our village last year had similar parts installed. He might have a completely different vehicle by now, though. I see. Well, he could still be using that same one. Yeah, he might be. Van, Fairy, here you are. Oh, good morning, Agnes. You always get here a good 10 minutes before you need to be. You can loosen up a bit, you know? I guess. It's kind of a habit at this point. Come on, can't you let me get back to sleep? Hey, you should be trying to follow her example. Staying out until morning every damn night? Hey, I do what I want. Come on, Aaron. It's almost noon, isn't it? Right, right. I'm glad to see everyone here together. Alright, kids. You better get some food in your stomachs before you get to work. Get it in your stomachs! Thank you. Everyone, let's go eat. Sounds good. Damn, it's become way too lively around here. It sure has. After that, the group ate a quick lunch in Montmartre. Then they returned to the office to decide their plans and begin their work for the day. Today will be the final day of my probation period, correct? Everyone, I hope you can continue to teach me today. I think you're more than good enough at this already. Honestly, I hope you can teach me instead. You're way too good at this. Cleaned up all the office work, too. Think we can finally let her take over the chief's position? Never in a million years. But really, though, you've been a big help. You're less of a helper and more like the ultimate assistant. Still, though, I know you have your other job to do, so you don't need to worry about every little thing here. It'd be good for these guys, too, if you could take a little time for yourself. However, I'm willing to do anything you can't. It's important to have some private time. Please let me handle some of it. Yeah, I'll do my best too. Huh? Don't get her on her ass. If she wants to do something, let her do it. The run's got plenty of free time, but I'm sure certain someone else has plenty to worry about. Well, Geez, Aaron, you should do a bit more around the office too. You still have a lot that could be ironed out, and your combat ability could use some work as well. You want to go around, you little shit? I would love to. Please knock it off, you two. I would also like all of you to have plenty of time to devote to your studies and pastimes, but... Understood. I will take your words to heart and begin to take some time for myself. Yeah, I think that'd be for the best. Alright then. In addition to Rosette, Agnes will be coming along today too. They just updated the Orbital Staff software, so I wanted to try Rosette's new service on it. Got it! Aw, I guess it would make more sense for her to come along. I don't mind. Would have liked to get in a bit more practice though. Oh, you're pretty hard working for such a moody brat. Well, I guess we can bring one of you along too. The other one should stay here and take care of the clerical work or buy some supplies. No slacking off. Of course! Yeah, I get it. Just choose already. Alright, so we can bring either Fairy or Aaron. It looks like the spreadsheet shows Fairy, so I'm fine with rolling with that. Bringing Aaron would bring a couple dialogue changes, but other than that, yeah. New chapter's interesting. It looks like we're going to be going to Basel, and it looks like Ren's going to be there too. So we're going to go to the City of Technology. Yeah, let Aaron sit. Agnes's orbital staff has been updated, allowing for stronger subparts to be installed. You obtain the subparts Whiteheader 2 for Agnes's weapon. Okay then, let's start out by trying this new service. You have a special terminal in your room, right, Rosette? Yes. Shall we head there now? Hope you don't mind the intrusion. Yep, gotta have our own version of Ruhr, or Zeiss, or... Well, Crossbell doesn't really have one. Crossbell's just Crossbell. Oh no, it's the Whiteley room. Alright, let's listen to the news. Now for today's news. We come to you today with a report from the Terrell Times. While there was great chaos in Tharbad on the day of the film festival's award ceremony, the parade and other activities ended without injury, and the festival has been considered a great success. Between performances by unexpected combinations of actors and spectacular dance shows, the festival received overwhelmingly positive feedback both at home and abroad. A follow-up festival to take back next year has already been approved. I mean, I guess, kind of. That was more of a dungeon than, like, an actual... Here's a tech city. Check it out. And now for today's weather report. Here we'll be telling you about the weather all throughout Calvard. The temperature should be dropping the next few days. It's finally starting to feel like autumn, and it should be rather comfortable. The weather will be clear and moderate, not just in Edith, but all throughout Calvard. Thank you for the report. Next up, today's traffic report. The Calvard Road and Traffic Information Center is here to provide you with all necessary traffic updates. Today, there was a rear-end collision near Chardon District, and as such, one of the traffic lines has been temporarily closed. A film is currently being shot near the Grand Circuit, and as such, traffic regulations will be in place during the morning on holidays. Please be mindful of them. This has been today's traffic report. Alright. Let's go check out this fancy terminal here. But yeah, I'm enjoying Chapter so far. It's good. Is this the right terminal? Yes, this is a special military-grade training device that Marduk sent us. The Virtual Battle Simulator beta version. Virtual Battle Simulator. Sounds neat. So we can really use something like this for training? Yes, we just hook it up to our Zyphas and use it for practice. However, I must inform you that it works through neurotransmitters to the brain, and thus can replicate situations such as... Holy crap. And can thus replicate sensations such as pain. So please, do be cautious. I see. So it's a step beyond mere image training. Honestly, I still don't know all the details myself, but it seems useful, so let's give it a shot. Simulator tutorial. By selecting Use Virtual Battle Simulator in Rosette's room, you can engage in virtual battles. You can retry fights with difficult foes that made you transform into Grendel, without utilizing Grendel's power. More opponents will be made available as the story advances. I guess I have to try it out, for pity's sake. Alright. You're on. Simulator on. Approximately. Alright, choose what we want to fight. So we can fight the Gargolem from the prologue, Idagura from the first chapter, we can edit our party, or we just close the simulator. In future chapters, the previous chapter's final boss will be added above the edit party button. I see. So if I want to go fight the Gargolem, for instance. The first option is confirm your choice, the second option is, peace off. Blank or blank, I don't know. What I do know is I think I should be fine for this fight. Rude. Also rude. Okay, never mind. These guys are faster than me. Kinda sucks. Ah. Alright, one down. And I think this should finish it off. Was there any point to doing this fight? We'll find out, I guess. I didn't get any experience from it. I got a couple of U materials. Is that like a continue, or is it just, like, leave it? I don't know. Okay, so that means I've cleared it. Pretty sure that was the exit out of there. We'll find out if my katakana reading is good enough yet. Yeah, no, that was the get out of there. Alright, let's see what I got for stock events after I get my Chivos. Okay, so I got 100 of those thingies too. Cool. Alright, so my choices are Rosette, Judith, Elaine, Ren, and Ashen. Interesting. I'll hold off on doing those just until I do my rounds around Old Town here. It's already been 7 years since you and that guy left, right? He must have left you right after having your kid. Sounds like a real piece of work. Still, don't you think you're taking on too much? Looks like yours, you could easily land a good man. Why not have a bit more fun out there? My, I appreciate the concern, Aaron. I think I'm content for now, though. Hey, Aaron, don't go inserting yourself into Paulette's private life. You and Van think exactly the same way, Crimson. If you're not careful... So you're eager to die, huh, Redhead? But what the hell's with this bloodlust? Shit, is he gonna take me down in one strike? It's sure become lively around here. I'm so happy I've gotten to meet everyone. If you're looking for Yume, she's out right now. We're letting her deliver some food, just for today. She seemed to really want to be of some use, so we took some orders and let her deliver some lunches that Paulette made. Oh, I hope my little girl doesn't fall down somewhere. She's gonna take it to the right house, right? Although, imagining little Yume skipping out carrying a basket was the cutest thing I've ever seen. You've got a busy day lined up, old man. I wonder how her errands are going. Oh. Let me buy stuff from you. And also give him a new recipe. Okay. Alright, head outside and talk to Jin. Hey, what's with the chick with the maid outfit? Look, Granny, it's not like that, okay? I haven't even said anything yet, you little rascal. I've just heard people saying they see her all the time cleaning early in the morning. This is just a habit of mine. It's nothing to worry about. You get to work quite early every morning too, don't you, Lady Jin? I have to respect such diligence. I've been doing this work for 80 years. Why stop now? It's nothing worth praising. You seem quite useful yourself, not to mention a real looker. Kinda like me back when I was young. Whoa now, we don't have room for any horror stories, Granny. Shut your mouth, you brat! Looks like it'll be another peaceful day today. Okay. And that's all she's got. Oh, is that? President Huckleberry, legendary head of one of the 5 largest investment firms on the continent. Thank you so much for letting me interview you. Today I'd like to ask you a bit about your personal investment philosophy and public image. What a pain. Let's just get this over with. You're not being very transparent there, Mr. Huck. I didn't know you were someone that important. And you're a sauna fan, too? Walter Huckleberry, the financial sage, if I'm not mistaken. We really can't stop running into famous people. Oh, come on, this is why I hate this stuff. Now I've got all these kids staring at me. Soon I won't be able to relax in my own neighborhood. Please just give me a rest. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to get some good material. Come on, why don't you stop ragging on the poor guy and give him some serious answers? So I've heard that despite your great success as an investor, you still choose to live an ordinary life here in Old Town, and that... Oh, there's a line missing here. There is several lines missing here. So the translated one here is, Huck says, ha, what a pain, I'm just trying to live how I want, but Anya's and Van spoke up there, so... What? I don't know. Rejoice, cadets! I've got a mission for you. Regrettably, a coward has abandoned our troop. It's your task to find her. It's your task to find him and bring her to me. What? Let me try that again. It's your task to find her and bring her to me at once. That's why I got so confused, because fucking pronouns, man. Surely you know the price of desertion, one of the most grave crimes. That's right. I'll have to tickle her to death. Your target's name is Etoile. Do not let her escape. Roger! You're getting real into the performance today, aren't you? Shh, we're just getting to the good part. Sheena can really get into character when she wants to. She's gonna be the next great actress. Look out, Judith. To tell you the truth, playing with these two from morning to night every day is getting pretty exhausting. so I thought I could send them on a wild cat chase for the day to buy myself enough time to enjoy my new novel. I see. So that was your true objective, Sergeant. So that's how you're handling the new recruits, huh? You know, it really doesn't sound like we're joking around when our resident SC says it. Sergeant, please grant me permission to use my beloved vehicle, Calvard, for this mission. Granted. You two be careful when riding it. Yes, understood. I'm sure we can win this thing. As long as I have Calvard, there's no mission we can't complete. Have you been listening, Cadet Harry? This is a search operation, understood? Hey, did you know? Harry's living at my house now. So we play together every day. It's a lot of fun. Hey, Mark. We're pretending to be cadets right now. Oh, you're right. See ya, everyone. Yes, until next time. What is it? Today's objective doesn't involve you. Interfering would be treason, got it? Don't make us arrest you. What an adorable little cadet. Rosette! Oh, she flubbed it. She flubbed it good. Thank you so much for listening to me explain the practical theory of shards yesterday, Lady Rebecca. No, it's fine. Thanks for taking all my questions. Is it okay if we talk about it again sometime? I'm still not entirely sure how spirit macros work. Yes, I would love to, as long as it's something I understand myself. Woohoo! Nice work. I don't know if I should be happy for you just talking, but... she's getting there. Soon she'll be able to talk to all the sexy ladies she wants to. She just wants to be a stay-at-home lesbian, guys. Why don't we let her? Doesn't look like I can open up any of these. Yeah, these slots are gonna have to stay locked for the time being. So, interestingly enough, Thalos is now a space art. It's like, where's the revive arts? And it's like, oh yeah, they're in space now. So it's just like, yeah, that doesn't throw anybody off. So I'm gonna make sure Van has that, because he tends to stay alive longest. And occasionally I need to just, you know, pop a healing. I'm gonna actually change the art driver because I don't like this one on Anya's. What is this? A whole bunch of attack arts. I've got Law Forte. I've got fire and water arts. Okay. Cheap to open up the slots. I'm gonna go put in a healing art of some kind here. Tira? Maybe? No. Holy Breath, and this is freaking revive all allies, so that has its uses. I don't think I have enough whatchamacallit yet to actually use that effectively. I should have one art that isn't element based, or is higher element based rather. Kind of like that. Fairy has basic healing and defense boosts. And Aaron has a healing and basic attack boost, which I think is fair. I got everyone their custom orbment size, so that's all cool. Everything is exchanged properly, and they're selling the defense 3 and stuff now, so that's cool. They're super expensive though, quartz wise, and I'd rather save up so I can unlock slots, but yeah. cool stuff. Apparently Chris has nothing interesting to say to us, so it's not translated. Which is kind of a shame. Oh well. What do you got for sale? Just EP charges? Okay, I missed a curio, so I'll pick that up. Oh, it's for Yume. Well, I'm glad I picked that up. I hope she likes her gift. Looks like Father Nikolai's watering the plants. Good morning, everyone. You know, I've been getting rather into gardening recently. I've had so many opportunities to talk to people around the neighborhood just watering the plants like this. Now then, today I'll try the new potting method that Raymond taught me. You seem to be having a lot of fun there, Father. Every day is a fun day, Van. We don't have the time to waste. Have a pleasant day, everyone. Come to me if you have anything to discuss. Alright, today we'll be drying out the old books. Oh, you over there. You're the maid I've been seeing around recently, right? So you're working with the Solutions Office. How wonderful. I apologize for the late introduction. Not at all. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Rosette Twining. I'm a service concierge, working here as a special transfer from Marduk. Why is that so hard to say? Got it. So you're doing some kind of weekly service? I think delivery's gotten really popular recently, right? There are just so many different kinds of service. Oh, I get it now. She doesn't understand a single thing we've said. I mean, it'd be tough to explain it to any normal person. I clean the chapel from time to time. We can't let any filth build up. Oh yeah, speaking of deliveries, I got a message earlier from Paulette asking if I'd like to have lunch delivered. It looks like Yume will be delivering it. I'm really looking forward to it now. I'd better focus on my cleaning before then. Here you go, Mama's special lunch. Thanks, Yume. I was just starting to get hungry. Now, here's the money plus a little extra on top. Make sure it's all there, please. Will do. It looks like your errands are going well. Of course. Yume's gotta serve her role as poster girl. That's a pretty impressive response for a 6-year-old. I think she has a bright future ahead of her. I've got another job I can do too. Anya, do you want to hear the Yume song? It's the perfect song for when you're on a stroll. Oh, that's the one we made in class, isn't it? Just don't get too carried away and forget where you're supposed to take your next order to. Sauna time. I swear she's saying Ipai, not Opai. Even though where she's looking. Oh, you've gotten pretty good at your job, huh, Yume? Here, let me give you a little tip. If you give them a big cute smile, they might give you some extra cash on the side. Huh. Aren't you a little schemer? Don't start putting ideas like that into Yume's head. Oh, goodness. Alright then, so let's pick up the request here, and then proceed to ignore and do all my stock times. Or, my connect events, rather. spring requests are available. Satan District, Underground Waterway Monster Extermination 2. We've received a report that dangerous monsters have appeared again. Location, Satan District Waterway Middle Section. Target, Glare Drones ×3. We are requesting that the Arkride Solutions Office swiftly deal with them. CID. Something still kind of smells. Let's go make sure to check out the other bulletin boards. Oh, I got Chivo, of course. 400. And a stat booster. Do I have any stat boosters besides that on me? No. You're going to bed? Alright, have a good night, man. Take care. We are going to do bonding events now. Connect events. Whatever we want to call them. So I only have 3. Ugh, and I have 5 choices. It is tough. Choices are très difficile. Of course, they give you all girls too, so it's just like, ha 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 ha. Yeah, now what are you gonna choose, huh? You're gonna have to leave somebody behind. Let's start with Rosette. I'm going to just make sure I've got my connect events set up. Holy crap, there are a lot of connect events. Skipping that one. Skipping that one for the time being, skipping this one. Why isn't this not in order? Seriously? Okay. Why is this literally the last one on here when it's the first one on... whatever. Okay, so we're doing Rosette first, and I gotta remember to scroll up after this. After spending a while patrolling the city, Van and the gang decide to take a short break. The group splits up, each going to spend some free time by themselves. So you wanted to talk about these papers? Indeed. There's something I noticed while I was organizing them. It would seem that the deadline for some of these documents is imminent. But, seriously? Isn't that a problem? Which ones? I will sort them out without delay. After that, would you be so kind as to fill them out? Thanks for that. Let's get this out of the way before it's too late. Van then proceeded to fill out the documents that Rosette neatly prepared for him. The two hurried to submit them at the police station in Satan District. That was careless of me. Who knew that one was due today? An application for car modifications. Seems like the system's been in place for a couple of years now. Correct. It is a request to conduct an inspection of your car. Vehicles that have been tinkered with are to be in accordance with the safety standards, after all. If we fail to deliver the application, your modifications would be considered illegal, and your orbital car would no longer be eligible for tax exemption and other benefits. If they were just small modifications, a simplified request might have been enough, but... I've made plenty of big ones, and I'm already preparing to make even more. Despite their importance, I just considered these documents a bother and kept putting them off without thinking. Your diligent work really saved me this time, Rosette. I'm just doing the job that I've been entrusted with. Now then, shall we submit the application? Oh, if it isn't... Meeting you at a place like this sure is unusual, Arkride. Well, it's not like I'm here because I want to be. So you finally cracked under the weight of your crimes? Did your guilty conscience force you to come spill the beans at last? What are you talking about? I'm as clean as it gets. The only reason I'm here is to submit these papers. If I'm not mistaken, that girl was tagging along with you at Tharbad as well.
thank you very much for your help the other day. I'm Concierge Twinings, affiliated with Marduk. As of now, I've been officially assigned to the Solutions Office as a temporary member.
So, a temporary transfer? And another hottie like this? You're from Marduk, eh? You can give me your documents over there, and while we're at it, I've got a couple of questions for you. Oh dear. Finally free. Seriously, just how many times are they planning on interrogating me? You knew this would happen, didn't you?
I figured they would want to question me someday, so it simply seemed most efficient to kill two birds with one stone, as they say. That being said, with this is the first of the documents we've taken care of.
What? There's more?
There's still plenty of business to take care of, such as making final checks regarding our taxes and the like. There are also various preparations to replenish office equipment and upgrade the facilities that I would like to discuss, if you wouldn't mind.
I've already done so much despite just transferring here. I'm sorry for not noticing. Damn it, fine. Let's just take care of all this annoying stuff right now.
Very well then. Shall we proceed to Central Station?
After that, Van and Rosette sorted out all kinds of bothersome tasks. And in the end, they got done with shopping and decided to take a short break at a cafe nearby. Aren't we just the best? Also, man, these loading screens are intense. I really need to get a PS5 one day. Like, seriously, check out that pop-in. Good work today, Rosette. Thanks to you, we managed to get rid of all that stockpiled warp in one fell swoop. Sorry for forcing all the annoying stuff on you.
Please don't say that. As a Marduk transfer, being useful is an honor. And just the fact that I was able to transfer to Master Van's office is something that makes me very happy. Under normal circumstances, we'd just be communicating over the monitor. So to be able to go shopping with you or talk with you like this is indeed a joyous thing.
Huh. That's a pretty in-character thing to be happy about.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Your blend is here. Speaking of which, I only learned that Master Van has such a sweet tooth thanks to being transferred here.
Well, it's not like that plays a role in my trips around the Republic, right? Besides, after being so generously provided with the opportunity, it's only common decency to have a taste of the local connections.
Indeed.
I feel like you're really not taking me seriously, but oh well, let's drink up.
Oh my. It's a bit hotter than I anticipated.
Hot? What the? This isn't a little hot. Did a new employee mess up or something? Well, it seems like yours turned out fine.
I wonder about that. Hot things really don't bother me. Either way, I think we should get something to cool it down with. Excuse us, we would like to order.
After that, the employee came. Van and Rosette accepted an apology and received some milk to cool the coffee down to a drinkable temperature. I'm so sorry about your coffees. Additionally, here are the pancakes you ordered.
Oh, but I haven't. Oh, this must be for Master Van, correct? In that case, just a moment. I'll give you the plate right away.
Nope, that's exactly where it should be. That's, well, let's just call it a bonus for your hard work. You've just joined the office, and in practically no time at all, you've helped me out so much. But you know, you're still a young woman. There's nothing wrong with enjoying your free time with some sweets, right?
Well, thank you very much. To receive a bonus so early on, you've got an ideal workplace, Master Van.
Well, when it comes to employee welfare, I can hardly compare to Marduk, but... Once again, welcome to the Solutions Office, Miss SC.
And I'm honored to work with you, Master Van. However, I would feel terrible eating these alone, in front of someone who loves sweet things as much as you. So, would you be opposed to sharing this dish?
Well, when you put it that way, just thinking about you enjoying yourself like that right in front of me is... Sure, why not? Excuse me, could I order some pancakes as well? After enjoying the respite, Van and Rosette returned to the office. Well, that was adorable. Level 2. Shard activation rate up by 5%. Alright. I think I'm gonna go choose Elaine and Ren for my next two. As for whether I'll choose Judith or Ashen last, we'll figure that out as we go. Why do I keep going here like that's how I activate it? It's not. Excuse me. After spending a while patrolling the city, Van and the gang decide to take a short break. The gang splits up, each going to spend some free time by themselves. Those first two lines are probably all the same all the time. Oh, it's rare to see you here. Van? It's none of your business. I just happen to be in the area taking on a request. Oh, really? You're not secretly slacking off and trying to catch a movie, are you? I'm actually quite busy, unlike you, who seems to have a bucket of free time. Hey, I'm currently on break right now. Let's see what kind of films the Sword Maiden herself is interested in. I've got work to do. Bye. Huh. Wait. Calvard's favorite mascot Mishi is finally getting a movie. Mishi and Boots, premiering November this year. I see now. I'm not one to judge. You like what you like. But this is totally like her. I think I know what to do here. Van thinks he's so clever. A bit later in the day. Yo, good work out there. Wow, fancy meeting you again. We seem to be running into each other a lot, huh? Will you stop trying to ambush me wherever we go? Should I just arrest you for stalking right now? Whoa, hold up. There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you something. Here, take it. Is this... It's from the upcoming movie, Mishi and Boots. The theater was selling the limited edition mascot ahead of the film. The line was huge, you know? Why would you do this? You looked pretty interested in that poster, like you wanted to see it. That's not... Even if I did look interested, that's no excuse for you to go and do all this. Well... When you think about that promise I broke from way back then, it all makes sense. I'm not saying I'm giving you this thing for forgiveness or anything, though. Naturally, you wouldn't. And you had better not disrespect Mishi with that kind of talk. He's not just some thing. Well, sorry about that. Anyway, see ya. Aw. They're so awkward together. Why can't they be happy? So in Crossbell, there's a theme park called Michelin Wonderland. That's amazing. And this is the mascot. I'm back. What are you reading, Elaine? Oh, looks like news from Crossbell. What's this here? Mishi? Take a look at that face. Is this the kind of thing you like? What I like isn't your business. So what if he looks strange to you? You two seem to be getting along swimmingly. Although, cross-spell, If you get a part-time job, you two could easily pay for train tickets there next year. What are you trying to get at? Well, Elaine, what do you want to do? If you want to go that badly.
Really? Well then, if you want to take me so much, then...
Man, you really aren't cute at all.
Doesn't that go for both of us? I'll say, I'm really looking forward to it.
How many years has it been since that day? Well, at least he still remembers it. Afterwards, Van and the crew got back to work. No, you take her to Michelin Wonderland right now. You take her to Michelin Wonderland right now, mister. Alright, looks like shard activation rate has gone up as well. Also, god damn it. You take her to Michelin right now, mister. Screw Spriggan work. You guys are going on a vacation. You're going to do Spriggan work, and you're going to like it. I already got the request here. I'm just doing my last stock time event, and I will be spending time with Ren. Welcome back, Crimson. That was a fast sleep. Elaine definitely hates Spriggan work. Alright, so let's do Ren's Connect event. Night again. See you in 20 minutes. I'm kidding. Ooh, Ren's. I'll stay up for this. Alright, we're doing it.
Thanks for coming by, Mr. Spriggan.
Well, you said you had some kind of request for me. Something you want to keep a secret from Agnes?
I simply don't want to cause her any unnecessary trouble.
So what's your real goal for calling me here?
I think it'd be more fun if a certain Mr. Spriggan came to handle things together with me.
This would be more fun, huh?
Of course, what I told you earlier was also part of that real goal.
The part about there being some kind of problem around Aramis?
To get to the point, recently it seems a small pack of people have been hanging around the school, sticking their nose into the students' business.
That doesn't sound good at all. Have you been in touch with the police or the guild yet?
No, I haven't done so as of yet. The source of this information is one I'd have trouble explaining to the police after all.
Alright, well, I won't go digging into who your source is, but back to the topic at hand. If you think about things plainly, it'd be probably best to look into signs of kidnapping. Aramis is sure to have some wealthy children attending. Though the school grounds themselves should be pretty well guarded, a kidnapping wouldn't be easy for anyone who tried it.
Nonetheless, it certainly seems like a bad omen to me. And all the would-be kidnapper would have to do to avoid that security is go after a student who's not on school grounds.
You've got a point there, and I'm pretty sure Aramis is about to have its...
Precisely, and that upcoming excursion has become quite the bottleneck for me. Given its nature as an activity off school grounds with students going to different locations, it'd be physically impossible for me to cover every angle of it. If at all possible, my goal is to completely eradicate all of my concerns by then.
I'm a little concerned about lending a hand without knowing more about the situation, but I guess it should be fine. You're right that it'd be better to tidy things up right now.
So, you're willing to work with me?
Well, I've heard you out this far already. Besides, you said it'd be more fun if it was just the two of us. And I get the specific reason that I get the feeling there's a specific reason why you asked for my help, right?
Yes, well, to be honest, it's not like I don't have any idea at all about what might be going on. Because of that, I wanted to have your assistance in finishing things. Of course, I've also prepared a special reward in place of your regular request fee. It's a new type of gelato from Sorbet, a woman who runs a famous ice cream stand in the Kingdom of Liberl. I ordered some to be delivered from the royal capital Grancel by air, just for you.
You're talking about the gelato that's all the rage in the Sweets fan magazines right now? I thought they said the reservation of orders was filled up, all the way up to a year in advance!
Well, if I intend to request your aid, Is this not the most natural thing to do?
Alright, I get it. If that's the case, I'll give this one everything I've got. Oh my god, Van, why are you so easy? Van, go ahead and kill this man. I don't know about killing people, dude. That seems kind of bad. I'll give you some ice cream. Alright, who am I killing? And so, Van and Ren's investigation into the information about suspicious sightings around Aramis began. The investigation proceeded smoothly, as Ren already had a target before they began. After some time, the two discovered that a certain person and a related organization were involved. That should be enough for our preliminary scouting. All that's left from here is to wait for their observational study to begin. I'm lending you a hand because our head told us to do it, but are you certain this is going to work? Naturally. If you follow along with my plan, you'll end up with quite the ransom. Now that I'm a member of the Duel family, I have to do at least this much to make a proper contribution. And then, when the students are kidnapped one by one, that student council president will have her ability to handle her responsibilities called into question. Then the man whose fame plummeted from all those will use those kidnapped students as bait, and in one fell swoop, I'll finally have revenge on that bitch right and bright. Oh, Daddy will be so happy too. I'm sure of it.
Oh my, I'm rather surprised, Master Ronald, to think you haven't forgotten me yet.
I thought this dude was a ginger. Oh well, I guess not.
I know I poked fun at you before, but I suppose you really do have a daddy complex.
Ronald McDonald back from Hajimari. Yep. What the hell are you doing here?
Just as I thought. You couldn't help but leave a trail behind you, could you, Ronald Griffith?
Now I get it. Guy's got a bit of an indirect connection to me as well. I had a creeping suspicion. This guy was your former classmate, right? The one you got to drop out of school after cornering him.
Indeed. The very same son of that politician I had Dingo have you get some information on. That information was very useful, in fact.
Because of you, Daddy lost his position. Do you have any idea how much we've suffered because of you?
No, I don't. Nor am I particularly curious to find out.
If you ask me, it sounds like the whole thing was your fault anyway.
So to summarize, you were planning on kidnapping some of the students here as an attempt to retaliate against me? Don't you think that strategy is a bit too roundabout?
Huh. The lesson you taught him last time must have been pretty damn traumatic. He probably didn't have the balls to come at you directly.
Oh, I suppose that would explain it.
Are you stupid or something? I became a member of the Duel family to enact my revenge on you. A genuinely villainous mafia, one with a long-rooted history in our republic. Don't think things will go the same as they did last time. The Duel family, huh? That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
You're working with the third biggest mafia in the republic. Huh. I believe it used to be second, only behind Heiue. I hear they were quite the force to be reckoned with. But it seems as though Armada has taken a lot of their power in the past few years, causing many of their operations to go on the decline as well.
Shut your mouth, little girl. Don't you dare talk about those bastards from Armada.
Oh, it seems you have a bit of a complex about Armada. I'm so sorry for not noticing sooner.
You damn brat. Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Well, I didn't expect my plan to get discovered. I suppose it's convenient to have you here. I'll show you the power of the true dark side of this world.
What are you laughing at?
No, it's just what you're saying is so naive. It's adorable, I couldn't help it. Well then, Mr. Spriggan, can I count on you here?
Alright, kid. You're not gonna slack off on me, are you?
Of course not. So that they don't lay a finger on my dear students, I'll be sure to show them lots of love.
Still got the audacity to bluff, do you? I can't wait to see your face covered in despair 10 minutes from now. We don't even fight them, just straight up cut to black. You guys are kidding, right? You're real mobsters, aren't you? You're not like the half-bit thugs I hired half a year ago. Wasn't this too easy for them?
Oh, it appears we didn't even need 10 minutes.
Now if I remember, there was some student who beat the hell out of a bunch of thugs earlier this year. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure that guy next to her is the Arkride guy whose name has been all over recently. You mean the guy who's been picking fights with Armada? Why the hell is he here? You gotta be kidding. We don't stand a chance against them. Damn, we're getting out of here. Looks like these guys were bottom of the barrel, huh? Wait, you guys...
Well then, Ronald, can you remind me what you were saying earlier? Oh, right! The dark side of this world, I find that most people who can say things like that haven't so much as taken a glimpse into the abyss. This time, would you care to see the real thing? My. It looks like the results are the same as last time. I don't know if I should commend your guts or mock how quickly you lose them.
Well, this is probably... I guess we still had some unfinished business from last April. The fact this trouble's out of the way is probably for the best.
Thank you, Mr. Spriggan. It appears you've saved me yet again.
Probably save her to faint. Yes, definitely. Honestly, I think you probably could have solved this one by yourself. You did good, Kitty. No. Ren.
Good work to you as well.
Afterwards, Van went back above ground with Ren to receive the promised reward of gelato. After enjoying a tea party with some black tea she recommended, he returned to his usual activities. Alright, so arts plus 5 for Van. That's right, we had a tea party with Ronald's corpse. Not really. You know Van's special to Ren when he gets invited to the tea party. Yep. Probably the only guy she'd let do it. That was definitely a fun callback, and one I'm really glad I chose to do. Sorry Judith, sorry Ashen, we'll have to wait for you guys for later. But for now, let's head over to the Satan District. Alright, now you're off to bed. For real this time. Take care, man. Oh, look. It's Dingo. Hey, fancy seeing you here. Something happen? Yeah, I thought I'd gather some evidence before heading to Messeldom for my work. You're going to Messeldom? Whenever I hear about that place, I can only think of A now. I feel that. It's a shame when such a beautiful city is facing the Northern Sea like that. But in any case, it seems like A's moved their home base out of there. They've managed to disappear completely behind both the police and the guild's backs. I'm certain they're planning something, but... this whole deal keeps getting bigger and bigger. We can't afford to get careless. It'd help me out a lot if you could tell me whatever you find out there. Yeah, I'll make sure to. By the way, that article Mariel wrote about Tharbad wasn't bad. She seemed pretty busy recently. Guess she's finally on the right track. Whew, excuse me. You're saying her work in Tharbad wasn't bad?
If I had to summarize art, I'd say it's about taking something that you can feel but can't understand and turning it into something like a painting. That means even if whatever you're drawing is strange or hard to wrap your head around, it feels right. It probably is. That's why my objective is Treon Tower. I can just feel something about it, even if I don't quite know what it is. But if I can turn it into a painting, then I think I can finally understand what it is that I felt. You've got a lot more brushstrokes to do, lady. Maybe you'll get there one day. Okay, nothing new for clothes and junk here. There is a new hair color for Rosette, though. I don't actually think I've tried out the new hair colors. So let's take a quick peek and see what they're like. I actually have to go to equip for costumes, don't I? For when you want to look more like a hot blood shonen protagonist. I'll keep the blue because it makes more sense. Oh, black hair. Ooh, this actually looks really nice. I'm actually gonna try keeping that on her. And I'll pair it with her alternate colored outfit too, because yeah, no, that looks really good on her. As for Judith, we have swimsuit, of course. And swimsuit without that shirt piece. But, can't go running around in that. I was hoping to get her casual outfit, but... Oh shit, she has a pink hair option? Yeah. We're gonna run around with different hair colors, I think. Okay, so the one I bought was blonde, and she also has white. I like the white hair better. Let's see how it coordinates with her alternate costume. Yeah, that looks better with white, I think. Yeah. Okay. As for Aaron, he's got a blue outfit. I can go with blue hair, or I can go with blonde hair. You know what? Let's make him blue. I'm blue, daboo-dee, daboo-die. If I was green, I would die. Yeah, we're just changing up everyone's colors. It's fine. Go inside the hotel and talk to the lady. I don't think I've went to this store before. Oh, looks like Alvis is here. I wonder if he has something interesting to say. No, he does not. That's a shame. I was kind of curious what they were talking about, but I guess we'll never find out. Anyway, there's apparently interesting people in the hotel. Congressman Polanski, do you really believe that the Republican Party will be restored to its former glory? I'm sure you know about the Patriot Party's hidden agenda and their contracts with Vern, right? Would the Republican Party not better serve itself to be a bit more forceful and make use of similar tactics? I understand what you're getting at, Jennifer, but no, I can't agree. It's not merely a matter of us being too reluctant to do so. Being able to notice an opportunity is just as important as being able to make use of it. If you wish to make a wise bet, you must do so with perfect timing.
Is that what you think personally, Congressman Plansky? Or is that the Republican Party's official stance? I wouldn't call it our official position, no. Though I do believe many of my colleagues would give you a similar answer. We've learned much during the many years the Rocksmith administration held power, and we continue to learn under Gramhart's. Maneuvering the world of politics is all about strategy. One must not be too hasty, even at times where it is difficult to avoid doing so. This damn crafty old geezer. Of course one of Rocksmith's allies would be like this. Our aims may not be the same, but if I can just find some way to butter him up. It would seem President Jennifer here was expecting a big offensive from me, as one of the Republican Party officials. However, someone who's been around as long as I have knows to stay focused on the big picture instead of getting caught up in just what lies before me. I know she has her own interests, so it's natural she's being hasty to get her way. I just hope that she can learn something from this. Dr. Transcend? Who the F is Transcend? Also, I like, despite all the busy cars and stuff around here, like, this area of the city is still walkable. You've got overpasses in the right places, you've got, you know, proper foot traffic where you need it. It's actually smart. Are you... Yeah, you're the guy I'm looking for. Are you? No, you're not. You're just some kid. No, I'm looking for this guy. Man, Vernon Starks have been fluctuating so much recently, it's been making my head spin. Apparently, they got a massive financial injection from Alzheimer, and then a patent lawsuit against one of their subsidiaries set prices back down. Since they're working for the government right now, their funding should be stable, but it sounds like the results have been behind schedule. The reparations have really helped bump up the stock market, but I'm worried that the bubble might pop if things continue like this. Oh, it's, Rumsfeld. Hello, I hope you're having a pleasant day. Hey there. What's this steward doing in a place like this? I get the feeling he's waiting for somebody or someone. Alright then, let's go deal with this thing in the waterway. Okay, so it's about halfway through, so either way is about the same amount of time. Problem is, these things want to fight me, and I don't want to fight them. They really should just get scared and fuck off. But no. Yeah, like seriously, I don't really want to fight these things. They give me no experience, so there's no point in doing so. Unfortunately, big uns has to be dealt with, so... Ah. Also, should have been a little suspicious about that breakable wall, but I didn't know it was a breakable wall until now. A dangerous monster is giving off an intimidating aura. Fight it, kick its butt. She's even cuter with the pink hair. Oh no. Alright. I wish I knew which one of these impeded, but I don't. The thing I hate about this is, like, figuring out where I can actually get them. Oh, man. Alright, Zero Art's turn here. More shields. Alright. I like this craft, but I hate trying to set it up all the time, because it's just like, oh, well, we need to be exactly in the right spot or else we can't actually sit there. Alright, this should get rid of at least one of them. Oh, two of them, exactly, so Agnes's cast is actually pointless now. Oh, no, it walked right into Agnes's casting line. That was perfect. Not that it did much damage, but, can I get all of you in there? Yes. Oh, I didn't need to even do this. This is just excessive. No kill like overkill though, right? Ooh, Van got a craft, it looks like. And my team's level 40 now. That's pretty good. I received the Quartet from the monster. And 4,000 Mira. I take it it's some kind of weapon? Oh, that's not what I want. It looked like a weapon when I got it, but maybe it wasn't. Items. Probably don't need the 400 HP boost anymore. Did we acquire a new girl yet? No, we still just have 3 for the time being. These are just stat ups. This is a resistance of some kind. Strength, I don't need on her. Speed plus 6. You know what? Yeah. I think that's better than the HP now. I mean, ideally I'd get some more defense, but yeah. Oh, I can just fast travel out of here. What am I doing? Does being a maid mean we run faster? Maybe. Alright, so we got a request here. A young lady in crisis. My sincerest apologies. For various reasons, I cannot give full details on my request here. As written, a certain young lady is in danger, and I would like you all to help her. I'll give you the details directly in person. I'll be waiting under the overhang in the Satan district, Rumsfeld. I think we've still got a few more requests. Let's go check the other bulletin boards, too. Alright, now we can talk to this guy officially. You're Rumsfeld, the guy with the request, yeah? We're the Spriggans from the Arkride Solutions office. Oh, really? It's an honor to meet you.
You wrote in your request that you'd like to save a certain young lady, correct?
Yes, allow me to explain. The young lady in question is the daughter of the Bank of Edith's president, Basilea. I'm Rumsfeld, her guardian and steward.
The Bank of Edith? They're the biggest financial group in the whole Republic. They have a sober and honest business policy, so you don't hear a lot of bad rumors about them. Oh, that's really impressive. So she's a rich girl, basically?
What exactly happened to her? Well, I'm sure it makes me look absolutely pathetic as her guardian, but it seems the young miss was abducted by someone last night.
An abduction?
Well, I didn't exactly think this would be anything good, but that sounds even worse than I thought.
Did you receive any demands from the perpetrator? Please, tell us everything you know.
Yes. Firstly, the young miss has been staying long-term on the top floor of the Maserati Hotel. Her father believed it'd be safer and less restrictive than having her live at home. However, last night she didn't return home, after she slipped past me and went out to play on her own. Then this morning, a threatening letter was sent to the hotel. If you want your little lady back, bring us 10 million mira. If you call the cops or the braces, the girl's dead. Have her father himself come to the trade-off point.
I see. If they just want ransom money, this seems like a rather standard hostage situation.
Additionally, they sent us the mobile device Basilia normally has on hand. The culprit is very well prepared. Please, would you be willing to try and identify the culprit in our stead? Once you do, I'd like you to come with me to the trade-off point. Yeah, this is pretty clearly a case where you can't get the guild or police involved, so it's right up her alley. Should I accept this request? We would be assholes not to. Plus, we could get a rich lady in our debt? Hell yeah. Alright, we'll take your request. Thank you so much. I'm counting on you. Start, where's the kid's dad right now? Normally, the president, her father, is exceedingly busy. Currently, he's wrapped up in an investment project focusing on developing areas that still don't have access to the orbital net. He's currently inspecting the area, meaning he's in a place where we cannot easily contact him.
If he's somewhere they haven't set up the orbital net, he wouldn't get our calls even if he had a terminal on hand.
Talk about bad timing. Alright then, we'll start investigating without worrying about her father for now. Before you go, I have another piece of information that might help in your search. Lately, Miss Basilia has been heading out without our permission, as so as to avoid being followed by myself and her other guardians. It seems she frequently goes to Terrell District in such a manner.
Terrell District?
We intended to have some of us watching her from a distance there, but recently we've been seeing her hang around a shady young man quite a few times.
Is it possible she's getting involved in some inappropriate activities?
No, fortunately they've been doing some more wholesome things instead. He's been buying her ice cream, taking her to the theater, and other things like that. Due to that, we decided to stay back and watch, but this happened all of a sudden.
I see. In that case, I'm interested to find out who that young man is.
Yeah, let's head to the Terrell District and start asking for information.
By the way, do you have enough money for the ransom?
Yes, on that front, we're more than well prepared. The trade-off point is Dirk Memorial Park, so I'll be waiting near the entrance. Tell me at once you finished your investigation. Will do. Alright, let's get straight to investigating then. First person we need to ask would probably be the ice cream vendor.
Understood. You can leave keeping track of time until the trade-off to me.
A young woman in crisis has begun. Alright then. So let's head to the Terrell District next. Look at that statue. It's a very strange statue, I gotta say. Oh, that's the film Nina won the grand prize for. It would seem they were playing the film to commemorate her award. Yeah, but since it's a film from 6 months ago, it looks like they're only playing it at night. Anyway, talk to Shakar here. Maybe it's just because of the Aramis school functions, but it feels like I'm seeing a lot more kids in uniform wandering around recently. There are a lot of high schoolers that have what it takes to become top-class models. Again, the school to agree to it would be a different matter. Probably only be worth negotiating with a school if I found a student that made me look to the goddess and swear on her talent with everything I had. Hi, we're from the Arkride Solutions office. We've been contracted to perform a manhunt. Would you mind answering some questions for us? Have you seen a wealthy little girl and a rough young man at your shop recently? Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. I always thought they were a weird couple, so I remember them pretty well. Have they told you anything about their circumstances that you'd be able to share with us? Their circumstances, huh? Well, despite seeming like a mismatched pair, they came off as really close. He always seemed to be teaching her a lot about the Terrell district for one thing. Also, the girl always seemed concerned about her relationship with her father. He would always talk with her very tenderly about her issues. Her relationship with her father. Going by Rumsfeld's story, it sounds like he's not really in contact with his daughter. Vasilia may have been distraught by the whole affair. Alright then, so what sort of dude are we talking about? If you got any defining characteristics or anything like that, we're all ears. Huh, well, I mean, his defining characteristics would be that he'd be kind of tough. He may have looked like a delinquent, but he wasn't really scraped up or anything. I feel like he mentioned that his mother ran a general store in Old Town. A general store in Old Town? Has he really been this close the entire time? Oh, do you know who the young man in question might be? Well, we've got Old Town, a convenience store, and a delinquent. You put those all together and who do you get? The son of Newberry's owner, Eddie. I see. I heard rumors he went out a lot at night after all. Now the question is, what's his relationship with this little lady? There's gotta be something going on behind the scenes here. We'll need to keep gathering information. In that case, you might want to try Macmillan Cafe. I've seen them have long conversations on the terrace there many times. Macmillan Cafe. Got it. Thank you very much for the information. Ooh, excuse me. Wow, look at all those banners hung around the theater. It had been Golden Blood for a while, but now they've all been changed to Requiem for the Wolves. I suppose that's the result of Tharbad's Film Festival. I'd bet you're right. There's probably a lot of people that want to come see the film that took home the Leondol Prize. Golden Blood was really raking in the cash at the box office, but I assume its popularity's died down quite a bit. Guess it's the perfect time to change course and advertise something else. And it's not just this theater that's following that trend. Recently, a bunch of magazines have been publishing special interviews with Nina. It sounds like the media is just as crazed for her as they are for Judith. Well, it's a good chance for us to advertise for our office as well. And it seems like the different gossip magazines like Buzz Radar have been putting out all sorts of rumors about Judith. Oh, yes, I think I saw a magazine claiming that she was down after losing out on the prize for top actress. I don't know, I can't really buy that. If anything, I think she'd be more fired up. Well, there's also some people writing that she's found herself a lover. Are you serious? Look, they're gossip magazines for a reason. For them, truth and lies are basically the same thing. Don't take them too seriously, even if Agnes really likes them.
You're right. Wait, I'm not that into them.
Oh, Agnes, it's okay. Some people really like gossip magazines. Oh. Wait, there's a cat I can talk to? Where? Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. What cat are they talking about? Hello? Hello? Kitten? I don't... It must be inside the cafe? Yes, I walked past it. That makes sense. It doesn't even say anything cool, it just goes I guess I didn't buy Quincy Cafe out of stuff. Also, I still don't know what the thing I got was. Okay, this is a straight buff for Agnes. A slight drop in speed, but losing 2 speed is worth it for the higher arts and higher evasion as well. Seriously, what the hell did I get? It said quartet and it looked like a weapon, so I don't know. It wasn't a baked good, I'm sure of that. Okay, so it was an arts driver. I see, I see. That seems really good for a pure caster. Like, it's just all damage spells, but still, that's, that could be useful for somebody. Especially with all the free slots you have. Alright. The game wants me to talk to people inside the store instead of not inside the store. Whatever. Talk to Rolo here.
I've seen a bunch of kids in the older kids in uniforms talking about Elsheim recently. They've been talking about a bunch of other towns and countries too. Are they going somewhere?
I thought I saw a lot of students talking about going on vacation, but it turns out it's because of their observational studies. Sending students off on their own like that is a bit worrying, but it's a very interesting idea. You don't really see things like that very often in the Middle East. Alright, now I can talk to Odette here.
Oh, if it isn't Odette, Xingnan, and Julian. Hey, Agnes, busy working? Thanks for taking care of our daughter, everyone.
Well, we're not that great at taking care of her. You guys in the middle of talking about something? Yes, it's about next week's observational study. I still don't know where to go.
Well, you're an exchange student after all. You can ask us all about it if you want. Yep. You can take my opinion as student council member or hers as someone who's been all over Calvard. That said, it's not like we're decided either. Seems like Odette's in the same boat as me. Well, I don't know all the details, but it sounds like you're all looking forward to this.
Well, this is such a great opportunity. I really want to do my research and find a worthwhile place for everyone to visit.
As the student council, it's our duty to be proactive with our counseling. Of course, that doesn't mean I'm not going to enjoy this to its fullest.
Everyone in my class is so nice. I'm really glad I chose to come to Calvard. I know some people think it's too early to come over since we've just normalized our relations, but I'm just grateful to be able to have such a great time with my classmates. He's talking about normalized relations? Does that mean this blondie's from...
That's right. Julian is an exchange student from Erebonia. I think it must be a difficult position to be in, but he's always so friendly with us.
Ah, cool. Too bad we've never seen him in any of the Gold Steel games.
I'll have to decide my destination while having Julian figure out his. I want to go somewhere with some ties to film since I couldn't go to last month's festival in Tharbad, but thinking about it, maybe the place I'd most want to go is... Well, Krail was the setting for one of my favorite movies, but it's not on the list of options.
I hope they have fun with their field study. Or, observational studies, sorry. Hey there, we're from the Arkride Solutions office. We've been asked by a certain someone to identify someone's whereabouts. Recently, have you seen a wealthy little girl and a rough-looking young man around here? If you can tell us anything useful, we'd greatly appreciate it.
Oh, you're a solutions office, huh? That's certainly an interesting name. Do you have any relations to those Spriggans I've been hearing so much about recently?
Huh? What's a Spriggan?
Seriously, is there anything you can tell us? We've heard they were seen around here. Oh, sorry about that. Yes, I know them. They often sit here right next to me. They often have some pretty interesting conversations, so I've eavesdropped on them from time to time. Interesting conversations, you say? What sorts of things do they typically discuss? Well, recently the girl was asking him a lot about kidnapping. Why it happens, how it works. She always seemed pretty giddy talking about it, but the guy was always really serious. Well, I'm an expert, so I'm sure I could have told her even more about it if she only just asked. What? It sounds like you have some rather unique interests yourself. But Basilia having an interest in kidnappings if there's nothing else going on is really strange, don't you think? Oh, do you think it could be related to the current case?
Could be. It's not like we got any proof, though.
I don't quite get it, but I'm happy if I helped. And I'm also pretty interested in his background, too. His background? Well, it dropped casually during their conversation, but apparently he's a member of Desire. They're a pretty bad bunch, stealing stuff, getting into fights, and spreading terror just to get what they want. Yet he seemed under the impression that they're a friendly band of chivalrous thieves or something. It seems like that girl believed the same thing.
There's a line missing here. In that case, it's possible the group's just taking advantage of him. It's always so hard to find the lines here. Especially when you get thrown off like that, but I think it's this one.
So I just wanted to tell you to watch out for the group that's backing him. It's possible the Desires put Eddie up to this.
Got it. Thanks for the heads up. You've helped us gather a lot of good information.
Now then, where should we head to next?
I think we've got a grasp on the general outline, so now we just need to figure out what's happening behind the scenes. I want to ask how Eddie's been recently. Let's head to Newberry in Old Town.
Make sure to watch out for Desire. I hope it all goes well with that delinquent they're manipulating.
Alright, before we before we push on, let's go watch a movie. Also check the no requests here, but it was worth a try. Let's go see a movie or get some. Looks like Albert's working here too, but they don't want us to talk about it. Nothing here. Yeah. I suppose I should actually go to the theater now. Like I said I was going to. Alright. What movie should we watch? I've seen King of 100 Flowers, so our options are Golden Blood at the top there. Midnight Memories here. Or Perfect Driver 2. Let's go and watch Golden Blood. No. Let's watch Perfect Driver. I don't know, why not? It seems like it'd be fun. Alright, who should I take with me to watch Perfect Driver 2? I'm taking Anya's and I'm taking Rosette. Deal with it. 3 tickets will be 600 Mira. Van went to go see the film with his buddies. Is basically what those 2 lines were. Philip is a young Z1 racer whose father, Lewis, was known as a legend. Having a rough time dealing with the pressure of living up to such an impressive lineage, Philip became rebellious and the two had a falling out. But soon after, Lewis suffered a tragic accident and lost his life. Philip, still unable to sort out his feelings about everything, now had to face this year's Grand Prix. Near the race's end, his father's words came back to him. Never have your eyes set solely on the goal. Aim for what lies past it. I'm sure that someday, you'll find just what that aim is to you. He's pulled ahead! Last year's champion Philip has just passed Max. His little works Lino is in the lead. He's like a raging fire. He can't be stopped! It's like he's just ignoring me. The hell's that guy even looking at? I finally found it. The things I've had my eyes set on this whole time. How ironic. I didn't notice until you were gone. But today's the day I surpass you. Lewis Adler, the one who will finally break your world record is me, your son. It seems like sometimes parents and kids have a hard time getting along, don't they? Sometimes we'll let things go because we're blood, but other times that's all the more reason why you can't let others go. I can't help but sympathize at Philip's frustrations at life. Really now? Well, I'm not going to stand here and lecture you, but If you have something you want to say, you might as well say it while you've got the chance. At least, that's my two, Mira.
I suppose you're right, Van. I should do it while I still have the chance. That movie left me feeling tense, in a good way. The racing scenes were truly something else. I found myself clenching my fists without even realizing it. The human drama is definitely the main focus. The racing scenes are really great too.
Those pros have insane driving technique. I really wish I could have been in the car with them.
Well, my general policy is to offer a driving experience that is as safe as comfortable as possible. However, if you are serious, then I would be willing to...
Look, I won't lie and say I'm not interested, but please, drive safely.
Acknowledged.
That was a good movie. Should I buy a pamphlet? You got bonding event points. Alright then, let's head back to Old Town after we get our Chivo for watching this movie. I think that's my only one. Oh. Alright, so we talked to the shop owner here. Hey, I've got a business question for you. It's about your son. How's he been holding up? Has anything seemed off about him lately?
Did something happen to Eddie? No, not necessarily. There's just something we want to look into. Could you tell us a bit about how Eddie's been recently? Anything at all is fine.
Honestly, that boy's been acting a bit strange recently. If you want to know about him, well... Oh, yeah, there's that. He's always been begging me for money, but recently he started paying it back. In fact, he said that soon he might be able to pay me back a bunch.
Just hearing that alone, it sounds like a good thing. The issue is he doesn't have a job or anything.
It seems like he's making money as a reward from some sort of group. He says that if his current plan goes well, he will be made into an overseer. And that this case may allow him to save some girl or something. Oh, if he's got his eye set on being an overseer, then he's got himself involved in a pretty big scheme.
That girl is most likely... I think I have some idea on what Eddie's plan might be.
Please tell me my son isn't doing something stupid again. Will you stop him? Please, I'm leaving my son in your care. Yeah, you can count on us. Gotta keep peace in the neighborhood after all.
Well, I think that's about all we could learn from Brenda. I believe we have all the information we need. Yes, and just in time for the trade-off.
Alright then, let's head straight for Dirk Park. We'll report to the steward and sort out all of our information there.
Roger.
It is a good car. And that car is our friend. Alright, let's talk to Rumsfeld again. Oh, the Spriggans! Have you figured something out about the culprit? Please, tell me everything you know. Yeah, we've got a pretty good idea of what's going on here. We'll tell you everything we've learned from the very beginning. First of all, the person your little lady's been hanging around with is a delinquent named Eddie. He's part of a gang named Desire, but I don't think he's really a full member yet. Desire, I believe I've heard the name before. I know they're a very dangerous and cruel group, one the police have had their eyes on.
Yes, and to add to that, it seems like recently Eddie's gotten better at paying people back. That probably started around the time he befriended Basilia. I believe the two might be connected somehow.
So you're saying Eddie befriended my mistress so that he could ask her for money? Yeah, sounds like it. Think about the group he's in. I wouldn't put it past Desire to order something like that. Basilia is probably the source of all his mira.
We've also received some information related to that point. If his current plan goes well, he may be promoted to Overseer. Eddie's mother told us as such. Given where we are now, it seems most likely that his plan is obtaining the money in exchange for her safe return.
I think I finally see what's going on here. So this Eddie has kidnapped Basilia as planned by Desire.
Well, that's not the whole story. It seems that Basilia may be involved in the kidnapping herself somehow.
What? Let me put it another way. This whole incident is actually a real kidnapping, a staged abduction, or both. The answer is the third option here. It is both a real kidnapping and a staged abduction. It's both a real kidnapping and a staged abduction. Oh, I see. I thought it may have been possible. You're saying this all started when the young miss wanted to put on a staged kidnapping. But it caught Desire's eye, so they've kidnapped her for real. Yes, while all the while pretending to work with her, with their real goal being a heap of cash, of course.
Considering the reputation they have, it's not unlikely.
If only I had done more about Basilia's loneliness. Maybe I could have done enough to stop her from choosing this path.
Mr. Rumsfeld.
Is this really the little lady trying to see if her father will choose her over his work? Regardless, it's too late now to sweep this all under the rug.
Let us move on then. How do you intend to deliver the ransom? We have the option to catch them in a surprise attack, rather than actually giving them what they asked for.
Basilia's safety is our top priority. I'd rather not have to, but if it comes down to it, I'm fine with paying them the ransom.
But even to the head of a bank, 10 million mira isn't exactly cheap.
Of course not. And as such, I must take responsibility for this failure. Were he here, I'm sure my boss would make the same decision.
I see.
Got it. Then I guess we can continue with a straightforward exchange. But remember, this is a gang who's planned something this massive. We can't just count on them to take the money and leave. We need to be ready to make our move depending on how the situation develops. Though in the best case, that means if we do things right on our end, we might not have to pay the ransom after all. You folks really are a reliable bunch. Now then, it's almost the appointed time. I would rather not delay. We can wait a tiny bit longer, but we should head off to the trade-off point soon. Yeah, you're right.
Let's go!
I guess all that's left is to wait for them to show up. If we come in with this many people, Desire might get anxious. We should take as few people as possible. How about just me and you? Yes, I agree. Well then, Mr. Van, we'll pretend you're my subordinate. Is that fine? You got it, boss.
We'll wait somewhere so we can be ready to rush into the trade-off point at a moment's notice. Please be careful, you two. I'll be praying for your safety.
Yep, and we'll be counting on you if things go downhill. A few minutes later, the time to hand over the ransom money approached. Van and Rumsfeld headed towards the handoff point, briefcase in hand. So, you came.
Rumsfeld, you really came for me.
My lady, I'm so glad to see you safe. Okay, they were saying little lady, but I thought she was going to be like a teenager. She looks like she's like 10. Isn't it a bit early to be calling her safe? I'm pretty sure we said we wanted her dad to bring the money, but I don't see him around here. Do you? You're not actually trying to tell me that guy next to you is his father. Holy crap. You're not actually trying to tell me that guy next to you is her father, are you? Her father is currently away on business in a far-off place, so we have come as escorts in his stead. Sorry if we didn't quite match your expectations. But hey, we brought the stuff you really care about. Got a whole 10 million mira here for you. That should make up for it, right? Well, good enough. You've at least met the bare minimum of our demands. Although this is rather unfortunate for you, little Miss Basilia. Even when you're kidnapped, your daddy still can't be bothered to show up. He's probably throwing you aside so he can go out and have a good time with his mistress or something. Oh, I missed a line, sorry. Even when you're kidnapped, your daddy still can't even be bothered to show up and just solves it all with cash. What a loving father. Don't you think it's weird? I bet the guy's not even working. He's probably throwing you aside so he can go out and have a good time with his mistress or some shit. Yeah, sorry, I skipped a line there. That was my bad.
My father isn't that sort of person. But if things ended up like this, father still won't understand how I feel.
Basilia. Miss, you're wrong, I assure you. Your father may be clumsy in how he expresses it, but he loves you more than anyone else in the world. It would seem you didn't notice it here, so, while it may be overdue, allow me to play this for you.
Wait, is that my phone?
Yes, it's the message your father sent you the other day. Now, if you don't mind. Can this really record my voice? Alright. Well, it seems like I've got no choice but to head out once more on the first train this morning. I couldn't tell you in person, but I figured sending the message is the least I could do.
Father? That's father's voice!
I'm truly sorry, Basilia. I've been so wrapped up in my work that I've left you out all on your own. That's why I've decided. Well, your birthday is coming up soon. Last year, and the year before that, I was out on business and I couldn't celebrate it with you in person. But I swear, this year I'll be back for your birthday. I have a present I want to give you with my own two hands. I'm sorry that I have to leave you alone a bit longer until then, but I love you, Basilia. Please be a good girl while you wait for me.
Oh, father really does care about me.
Huh. Maybe he has some qualities of a good parent after all. Oh, how'd you find a voice message like that? I remember how a few days ago the president asked me to show him how the voicemail function worked. I thought it was worth looking into, and it turns out I hit the nail on the head.
Really? I really thought I should test him like this? I'm such an idiot. I'm sorry, Rumsfeld. The truth is, I asked them to kidnap me. I didn't know if father really loved me, and so I...
Yes, there's no need to worry, Basilia. I understand how you feel.
Thank you. It's okay, Eddie. You can let me go now. I didn't achieve my main goal, but thank you for letting me get a bit closer to it, everyone.
You don't need to thank me. But hey, if you're fine with this, I've got no complaints. Hold on a second, Eddie. This farce ends here.
Are you breaking our contract?
Well, of course. Ransom's worth way more than that money you promised us. Guess I gotta thank you for making such a good little friend, Eddie. It's all thanks to you we landed a kid that was gullible enough to be willing bait for us.
Have you been lying to me this whole time, Eddie? I trusted you.
No, I just wanted to go through with a staged kidnapping. Alright, you two. Don't do anything stupid, got it? Hand over the briefcase with the money. Now. If you don't, this cute little lady might end up getting hurt, you know. You bastard! If you hurt her even in the slightest, you will be sorry. This isn't going well. even if it was what I was expecting. You didn't introduce yourself, but I know who you are. You're the Spriggan everyone's been talking about, right? I told you not to tell the Fuzz or the Guild, but I forgot all about him. You really are a schemer, old man. So you knew about the Spriggan. I thought you were just a run-of-the-mill delinquent, but it seems you were smarter than I expected. Alright, well if you know who I am, this speeds things up. As per the terms of my request, I need you to let that girl go. I don't mind giving you the money, but releasing her comes first. Like the butler said, if worst comes to worst, you'll be going straight to the goddess's doorstep. Wait a second, Jeffrey. This isn't the Desire, I know. We wouldn't do something like this. Drop the gun, Jeffrey. Don't make me laugh. What the hell do you know about Desire?
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, Eddie. The reason we brought you in is because we thought you'd make a good pawn. Really, snagging this little girl for us was a great achievement. Here, as thanks, I'll let you leave the gang. I'd say that's a fair reward. What? You're joking. I always admired you and how tough and cool you are. You can't be serious. Shut up and get out of here already. Eddie!
Sorry to keep you waiting. What were we talking about? Letting the girl go first? Seems you're forgetting something. We're in control of the negotiations here. Maybe I should remind you, we don't care what happens to this little girl. I understand. Fine, I'll give you the briefcase first. Just please, let us return the girl safely to us when we do. Yeah, it's a promise. Now, walk forward slowly. If you make any sudden movements, I'll shoot. Stop right there. Put the briefcase on the ground and back away slowly. Once you do, I'll let the girl go. Understood. And here's our problem from before. No matter what I do, I don't think they'll hand her over cleanly. I can distract these guys while Rumsfeld gets the girl out of there. We already made plans for it should it come down to that. Problem is what to do with the money. My safest bet would be a compromise, where I just give up on the money and get the girl out of here. Of course, if we go that way, we lose out on 10 million Mira. Alternatively, I could go straight for the girl, and while it'd be a pretty big gamble, maybe I try trusting Eddie with the money. How should I settle this? Alright, so the triangle option is to give up on the ransom money and ensure everyone's safety. Or, I can trust Eddie with the ransom money. I don't trust these guys. So you know what? Fuck the law choice. This time around. We're going with the gray option here. I've made up my mind. I'm trusting Eddie with the ransom money. Alright. Let the girl go now, just like you promised. I'd have to be an idiot to let go of a cash cow like this. You know anyone else I can use to make 10 million Mira with just a little threat? Don't worry, we'll take real good care of her for a while. All we gotta do is sit around and wait for the Mira to flow in after we make our next demand. What? I thought it'd come to this. Here, if you want to clear your name, hold on to this for me. Van tossed the trunk to Eddie. Huh? Damn, this thing's heavy. You really think you're clever? Hand that over to me, Eddie. Sorry, but I can't. I won't let Desire have their ransom. Well then, I hope you've written a will and testament. Eddie! Huh? Miss, please come this way. Okay. What are you guys doing? I'm sorry, that old man's better than he looks. Shit. Guess it's all me for underestimating you. Still, we got 5 people on our side. You've only got 2. Looks more like 1 to me. You're all on your own, Spriggan. Want to see how you fare against all of us at once? I'm on my own? Sucks for you, but my office has gone pretty big.
Van, everyone, are you okay?
We won't let you keep doing whatever you want. Now it's a 5-on-4. But if you consider the gap in your strength, I think it'll be obvious who the victor is here. Everyone, thank you for coming. You call this backup? They look like a bunch of kids. Should we get them, Jeffrey? No. Stand down. Huh? I said stand down, damn it! Alright everyone, scram! Listen here, I'll remember this. Huh, that's surprising. I thought things were just about to heat up. It looks like Desire, or at least one of their leaders, is smarter than I thought. Now then. Didn't think I'd be getting shot today.
Eddie, Rumsfeld, please, he needs first aid.
Understood.
I'll help too. Great work again, everyone. We've successfully treated Eddie's wounds, and we managed to get Basilia out of there safely as well.
Yeah, though it's possible those guys will come back to bite us someday. By the way, I was planning to report this incident to the police, but I think thanks to the little lady, you'll just barely get away with this one.
Eddie was tricked by those guys too. Plus, he kept the ransom money safe. Thank you so much, Eddie. I'm sorry for saying such mean things to you.
Oh, don't worry about it. Honestly, I should be apologizing to you. I'm really sorry for putting you in such a scary situation. I'm glad that you're alright.
Well, as long as you've reconciled, that's all that matters.
We will take responsibility for his medical injuries and the medical expenses that his injuries are sure to occur. Well, I'm sure you guys and your father can figure all that out. I think now is our time to leave. Van, and the rest of you Spriggans, you have my sincerest gratitude. I cannot express how much your work has helped us. Young Lady in Crisis complete. SP up by 2. You receive 4,500 Mira as compensation. So we got some law points and more gray points. Really close to getting all those to 3.
Van, you're receiving a phone call.
That I am. This number is... Yo, Arkride. Thanks for all you did back in Tharbad. The immovable? What do you... Come on, what's with the grumpy face every time I ask you for help? Sorry, but I kind of have to stay on my toes when you keep using me as a testing dummy. So, what terrible plan do you have planned for me today? Well, I can't even try to deny it. This one will be no different. Let's cut to the chase. Will you come with me to the 13th? Huh?
The 13th.
Come on, you're a fixer. There's no way you don't know about it. You probably even pop your head in there every now and then. Oh, do I? So what do you need in a place like that? Oh, it's nothing too big. It's not like I don't know the place, but it's been kind of hard for me to show my face around there recently. So I thought I'd make things easier if I had you with me. What do you say? Guess there's no point fighting it. Having you owe me a favor probably can't hurt. It's fine if we meet at C3, right? Yup. You can come once you've wrapped up all your work for the day.
What exactly did the big man want?
It's a private matter. Nothing you need to worry about. I'll head over once I'm done work here. Or I'll head over once I'm pretty much done.
Selecting Conclude Today's Work from the movement screen will advance the main story. But we won't be doing that yet. Alright. There's one more spreading request at Central Station, so we're going to take care of that. Alright, but before I continue, I'm gonna make a quick save and take a quick break to just refresh myself, so I'll be back in a bit. Also, I forgot to BRB last time I did this, so let's actually put that there. Thank you for waiting, everyone. We're gonna go and finish up our requests for today. Let's see what our last one says for us. So, my dad got involved in a cult. Wow. My father recently joined a suspicious new religious group. I don't necessarily want to make him leave, however I haven't heard from him in a while, so I'm getting worried. Would you be able to confirm my father's safety? I'll be waiting under the bridge near the Orbital store. Stefan. My dad got involved in a cult, added to the to-do list. Huh, this is probably our last request for the day. So that means we had 3 requests total for today. Yeah, well, we've already done enough for today, but if we have time, we can take care of this one too. Got it. Let's keep up the good work, everyone.
Apparently, we have some dialogue here. It seems like these days the Mafia is active all over Calvard. We've been ordered by the higher-ups to be more vigilant than ever. I've been thinking there's been a lot more incidents than normal recently. I'll have to link up with the traffic department so we can get a lock on things. There have been a lot of really annoying reports lately. Sometimes they sound like there may be a case, but it can be hard to tell. Plus, there's been a lot of fraud cases and pyramid schemes that have gone unprosecuted. Well, that's how the letter of Calvard's law pans out. Not that I'm exactly happy with it. Although these are the sorts of cases where law enforcement should be more useful than bracers. Exactly. But instead, there are people who take advantage of how the law is written. I wonder if this is what people mean when I hear them say our current legal system isn't equipped to handle the modern world. Wow, that's just, straight facts, though. You'll find a lot of bad guys who use the law as a shield these days. It's enough to make me wish I had the power to just arrest whoever I want at my own discretion. It's funny because the cops actually do have the power to arrest whoever they want at their own discretion. Headquarters receives inquiries about how to deal with scams and pyramid schemes all the time, but apparently it's hard to get a warrant when dealing with a new type of crime. Even for us cops, it can be a pretty tough world out there, no kidding. Anyway, let's see what the shops have in store for us. Doesn't appear to be anything new. I will pick up a few ingredients, though. Doesn't look like anything too useful here. Problem is those celestial bombs are just too expensive. Weapons aren't any good. This arch driver is an improvement for some characters, though. Yeah. Drop my hit rate, but more arts and more speed seems fine. It's a compromise. Bit of arts up, evasion up, critical down, but it's negligible. No, I didn't customize Rosette's weapon, so she's a bit stronger now. But yeah, that was it, huh? I guess there's this door too. But I think they just have Chapter 1 stuff. Yeah, nothing appealing there. Alright. Oh, there's a new driver here. I mean, I might as well pick it up. Looks like a bunch of wind and water spells, including healing spells. So this is quite nice. Generally, I should just buy some of these cheap ones. Not that I'll use them very often, but they're cheap, so why not, right? Like, if I give him the healing stuff, I doubt he'll actually. But what I want to do is just unlock the slots in these things. So that's why I'm doing it like this. This one seems really good. Fortunately, I can't get all of these unlocked, but again, you just got attack spells and all the main stuff, so I think if I wanted to round this out, I'd give it Thalos for revival, La Forte for strength up. Actually, do I have Fortuna? Do I not have any Mirage things? Guess not. And yeah, okay. I mean, I'll see if I can buy some Mirage spells, because apparently I don't have any. I mean, I have that, but, like, yeah. Also, what is running to cause that? Nothing. It's just being dumb. Okay. I don't want to burn all my money on arts, but yeah, that's cool. Anyway, let's talk to Stefan here. Hey, you're Stefan, right? The guy with the request? We're the Spriggans from Arkride Solutions office. It's really you? Thank goodness, you actually checked my request. Your request involves confirming your father's safety, correct? Yes, recently he got involved with a new religious group. It wouldn't be the end of the world on its own, but he's completely cut off contact with me. I'd like you all to find out his whereabouts and tell me if he's doing alright. Are you sure you're okay with just seeing if he's alright? Most people would probably tell us to get him to leave the cult, wouldn't they? Well, yes, but this matter's become a bit complicated. There were good things for both myself and for my father about joining. Have you heard about Libra Domina before? No, I'm afraid this is the first time. I haven't heard about it either. Well, just like our main religion, they worship the goddess Adios. It's a religion that teaches a cycle of karma, in which good deeds are rewarded and bad deeds are punished. Well, that sounds fine on its own. Exactly. Before, my dad used to be a pretty bad guy. He didn't have a job, he spent all day gambling, and he drank all day and night. He ended up getting divorced from my mother. After, when I went to check on him, he had a change of heart, and it was like an entirely new person, thanks to the religion his friend introduced to him. Oh, so it made your deadbeat dad a real stand-up guy, huh? Yes, he quit alcohol and gambling and got himself a real job. He felt bad that he'd been so careless towards his family, so to that end, I'm glad he joined. However, the more I asked about it, the fishier things became. Would you care to give us some more specific details about that? Well, ever since he joined, he's been trying to recruit anyone and everyone he can find. Apparently, bringing new followers counts as a good deed, so it could help him reach the next stage as a person. Other than that, I've heard that people who donate large sums of money to the priest will receive a special blessing. Oh god, it's Scientology. I understand that my father wants to accumulate good deeds so he can be back with his family, but... Well, good deeds are great and all, but does inviting people and donating money really count? I don't think stuff like that is enough to make Alusha happy. So that's why you're worried about his well-being. Yes, there could be something going on behind the scenes that I'm not aware of. Will you please find my father and make sure he's safe? Sure. I think this job suits us more than the guild or the police, at least. Well then, should we help this guy out? Yeah, let's go get our Gray and Chaos points. Accepted. Alright then, we'll take care of it. Our first issue is where to start searching. You said your friend's father invited him to the cult, right? Your father's friend invited him to the cult, right? Yes, his name is Carson. This is something I just heard from him once, but I think he'd be near the terrace in Riverside right about now. He told me to go visit him if I was ever interested or knew anyone else who was. Perfect. Let's head over and look for him. You can leave the rest to us. We will give you a call once we have something to report. Oh, thank you so much. Well then, let us go straight to the terrace in Riverside. My dad got involved and a cult started. Gotta say, that might be the worst light novel I've ever read. Also, there's a blue check mark here and they don't want me to check this out immediately? Come on. Don't tempt me like that. I mean, it might be in the spreadsheet further, but I don't want to, like, scroll down and spoil myself on this quest. So, you know. Alright. So, to the Riverside next. Oh. I might be, There's a lot of random people I could have talked to first. So I'm just gonna go skip for now and go back to them later. So, this is the guy the client told us about? Are you Carson by any chance? We came here at Stefan's recommendation. Oh, Walt's son. Yes, of course. Yes, my name's Carson. Thank you so much for being interested in our group's activities. If you'd like, I can begin explaining Libra Domina's... Well, yeah, you can, but... First, I wanted to ask something about Stefan's father, Walton. I'm sorry, but currently Walton isn't performing an important duty for our sect. Oh? What kind? Seems that Walton's been unable to pay his tithe recently. As such, he's trying to do some good deeds to make up for the lack of Mira, and is running various errands for us. So I could explain in more detail, but... You are interested in joining Libra Domina, correct? It's tempting. I'm certainly interested. Well, I suppose the first thing you need to know is get to know our marvelous creed. And to that end, you're all very lucky. Today happens to be the ceremony of the Scales of Purity. Scales? Like a lizard? I'm afraid I don't get it. Well, Libra means scales, like you use to weigh something. Good deeds beget good things. Bad deeds beget bad things. It is a ceremony in which the scales weigh everything evenly. Huh, so that's how you do things, I see. In that case, what happens when the scales are out of balance? People with an abundance of good karma will receive a blessing from the priest. If their good deeds are too few, or their bad deeds too great, the priest will deliver divine punishment upon them. Well, that doesn't sound fun. What actually happens to them? In that case, their blood is used to balance the scales. Hold on a second. What do you mean by their blood? To be honest, I'm not too sure about that part myself. After all, I've never performed a bad deed. Oh, but there's no need for you to worry. Since you can accumulate good karma by tithing and performing missionary work, it's very rare for anything like that to actually happen. And I thought Jaeger Corps were tough on people who broke rules. But I get a bad feeling that this is a lot different from the way they operate. Oh, by the way, I think Walton should be at the meeting today. Of course, he's busy with his duties, but members are obligated to attend the ceremony. Well then, would you let us accept your offer and come with you to the ceremony? We can decide whether or not we want to join after seeing what it's all about. Oh, yes, of course! We're honored that you're even interested. Today's ceremony will be starting shortly. It'll be held at a truly spiritual place, fitting for unleashing and purifying people's souls. We've rented out the live house here in Riverside. I'll let the receptionist know you're coming by, so I'll go on ahead. Thanks, we'll leave it to you.
Libra Domina. They seem even more dangerous than I expected. At least it seems like Walton's safe for now. We'll be able to find him if we go to the meeting, right?
Well, we can't say that for sure, but it seems like all their members should be attending. Regardless, be careful what you say and do while we're infiltrating.
Yes, if you say something careless, you might make the believers into your enemy. Well, he said some weird things like the Live House being a spiritual place, but we'll just have to head in no matter how creepy this all is.
Alright, so yeah, there are actually NPCs around here that we can talk to, so let's do that before continuing the quest. Look at who's out on the patio, for instance.
Oh, Ren, Sasha, how do you do? My, working with the fixers again today. As passionate as ever, I see. I heard a bit about it from Ren, but your job seems really interesting. And you're with such a cool older guy, too! This is really gonna spell some trouble for the student council. Sasha, it's not like that. On the contrary, I believe they've already gone into their fair share of trouble together. Oh my, is that so? How did I not know? Well, let's end this lovely conversation here. Agnes, do be careful not to get hurt. For the sake of next week's trip, too. Yes, of course.
Well, as her boss, I'll try to prevent that.
By the way, what are you two talking about?
Oh, you know, the budget and whatnot.
Ren's student council president and I'm in charge of club activities, so there's a lot we need to coordinate in that respect. Plus, we both have a taste for black tea. Oh right, we should probably decide who'll be taking over my duties next week.
Roger, Prez.
Although, personally, I think we should figure something out about James.
James?
Oh yes, him. He's been moping ever since that incident. Well then, perhaps we should force him to join us.
You can be really scary, Ren. It appears this conversation took a turn for the disturbing.
Let's not interrupt them anymore. We should really get going.
Apparently I can talk to her again.
I'm quite looking forward to the observational study itself, though I think I should have a good many interesting encounters in that city. And I believe a certain person there has already read my thesis. Well, no matter what happens, I'm sure it'll make for an interesting tea party.
Well, as long as you're not planning on cutting anyone up over there, we're good. She's well past those days, don't worry about it. We gotta lead all our juniors, so Ren and I need to finish making our plans. I want to do something about James, though. Maybe he needs some proper punishment. Oh dear. I don't know who this James guy is, but I feel terrible for him already.
Van, darling, welcome. We're having ourselves some girl talk over here.
Bermodi and Shino, huh? It's rare to see you as a customer.
Even I have days off. I want to congratulate Bermodi on his prize at the bartending contest. Oh my, I keep telling you it's fine. You're far too loyal, sweetie. Well, of course I am. Congratulations again on your reward. You two are awfully friendly. Is Bermodi like your senior or something? Oh yes, she worked here for about half a year. She knows sense for this stuff is the real deal. You've been really busy ever since you set out on your own, but I'm sure you'll do just fine. Have faith in yourself and keep at it, Shino. Right. Thank you, Bermodi. I'll do my best so I can come back to you with some good news.
Looks like Shino's really gotten a good chance to catch a break. I look forward to seeing how far she'll go in the future.
I come bother Bermodi here every month or so, and each time I learn something new. It seems like he keeps improving, so I gotta do my best to keep improving as well.
Do you have anything for sale for us, Bermodi? A new drink. And a new sandwich. Fairy's been stuck in the entrance this whole time. Ooh, excuse me. Alright.
Gordon has appointed me to be a sales advisor from today forward. Finally, I can craft my ideal flavor and sell it to the whole world. First things first, the crowning jewel of a B-tier gourmand's palate, the chocolate rice tacos I came up with the other day. Oh, I think I just puked in my mouth a little there. That sounds, I don't know about putting chocolate on rice in a taco. Maybe a burrito? No, the chocolate just ruins it. You need to get some, like... No, like, texturally it's just wrong. Ugh, gross. I'm sorry. No, gross. You. Gross. Okay, I gotta stop thinking about, chocolate rice tacos. Let me give you the message from the agency. Lulua, congratulations. We've decided on a day for your debut. From day forward, you're a real idol. I did it! Oh my gosh, I can't believe it! I really did it, Sayla! Alright, calm down. Sorry, Sayla's really scary when she's mad. They decide that the two of us will be our own unit, so Cupid is no more. Oh yeah, your old party Natalie became a chanson singer, right? Yep, she really knows how to sing, so she's got a better future there than as some dead-end idol. It's pretty hard for me, but now I've got you. So now the two of us are gonna move forward as the brand new unit, with you. Got it. I'm looking forward to working together. Then let's get straight to work, Lulua. Time to practice, right? I'll make sure to be more serious then. We're doing part-time job. Huh? A part-time job? Excuse me? It's just what I said. We're gonna work part-time. The agency doesn't give us enough mirror to actually covers everything that comes with being an idol. We've got to pay for our costumes and equipment, plus we need to save up if we want to book ourselves a good stage. Practice in the free time between work. From day forward, don't expect to get a wink of sleep ever again. What? This is way harder than I imagined. Welcome to the idol life, sweetheart. Alright. Let's go fuck up some cultists. If there's an option that lets me, like, bust some heads, I'm gonna be busting heads. That's all there is to it. Fuck cults. Fuck everything they stand for. If you join a cult, I'm kicking you in the dick. That's what it comes down to. Sorry to keep you waiting, everyone. I told the receptionist that we'd be having some observers joining us today. The ceremony will begin any moment now. Would you like to come inside? Yeah, we're good to go. Guide us in. Yes, of course. Oh, adios. Thank you again for this blessed day. I've done so many good deeds. I'm sure I'll be blessed today. Hail Libra Domina! Hail Libra Domina! It's so creepy in here. So oppressive, too. Now then, if you'll all excuse me, I pray that the priest's blessings will reach you all as well. Much appreciated. All the believers here feel so passionate. Yeah, it's a new religion, but I could see it getting big quickly. I'd really like to book it out of here as soon as we can, but I guess we should find your client's father first. Or our client's father first. I believe I found him. Is that him over there? He definitely matches the description. Well, at least we know he's still alive for now. But I wonder how he's actually doing. Everyone, let us offer a prayer of gratitude to the scales for guiding us to where we find ourselves today. O goddess of the skies, thank you for this day of salvation. Sorry, I should probably change my voice a bit for this guy. Now then, by the name of the goddess Adios, let us begin the ceremony of the scales of purity. Let us rectify all karmic disturbances and purify this confused world.
He probably practiced that speech a dozen times.
Should we join as well?
No. They know we're just here to observe, so don't force yourself to do anything unnecessary. Besides, going along with this would make my skin crawl.
Yes, it would feel disgraceful to Alusha to do so.
Now then, it's time to bless those who the scales have deemed to be overflowing with good deeds. Carson, Dory, step forward. You have both caught the goddess's eye for your abundance of charitable donations and prolificizing. Thus, as exemplary role models of the faith, I would like to grant you both with the title of Exemplary Evangelist. An exemplary evangelist? Me? Oh, I could not imagine a greater honor.
Oh, thank you. I'll give you everything I have to make sure I live up to that title. Carson was the man we were just talking with, isn't he? He seems really happy, but...
Just donations and missionary work, huh? This whole thing sounds like one big pyramid scheme. Moving on! It's time to deliver judgment upon those who have tarnished themselves with sin. Walton and those two dissidents from the other day, come forward.
Mr. Walton has been brought up, and two dissidents along with him?
Alright, things are starting to get weird. Firstly, for you two dissidents, despite being believers, it seems you two have criticized our group as lunatics, filing complaints to the braces and the police. Insulting the teachings of the goddess is the greatest of all sins. Thus, I shall deliver divine punishment in her place.
That's insane! You people are clearly nutjobs!
I never should have joined just because I was a bit interested. Let us go! Walton, you two have been selected to receive the goddess's wrath.
Please, I know I haven't been paying my tithes, and that my good deeds have been insufficient. But to make up for that, I've been spreading flyers, and inviting people to join the faith. Please, I'll try even harder from now on. If you would just show me mercy.
Your lack of good deeds is one thing, but it seems you perpetrated many wrongs in the past too, have you not? You abandoned your family for the sake of indulging in alcohol and gambling, did you not? Your good deeds are few, and your sins many. The goddess's scales tip greatly against you.
What? No, that can't be! Didn't you tell me that if I had a change of heart and continued to work hard, my sins would be absolved and I could be with my family again?
That was only if you could accumulate enough good karma. Do you dare question the goddess's decision?
No, but...
Were not, for the divine punishment is more of a holy ritual meant to purify you. Please carry out your duties with joy until the end. I will personally oversee everything. With that, you three may stand down. Now then, with today's ruling ordained, the scales of the goddess have been purified. Everyone, please continue to do your best to accumulate good deeds and try to win the goddess's favor. Praise to Libra Domina! Hail Libra Domina!
That was really strange. Having a cult around like this seems really dangerous.
Yeah, it makes me sick. Let's get out of here before Carson comes back. We need to get straight to tailing our client's father.
Van and the gang slipped out of the live house so as not to be noticed by Carson. They found the priest about to be chauffeured off by one of his followers in a high-class sedan. Then they confirmed that Walton and the dissidents were being forced into another car. When they passed each other, Van made his preparations. Did you attach something to his clothing, Van? Oh, was that a homing device? I've read about those in spy novels.
Yep, it's an old model, but it's still a neat little device that foreign intelligence agencies love to use. I bought it on the black market and been carrying it around with me ever since. Ended up being just the thing for a case like this. I've set it up so I can track it on my Zypha. Also, now would be a good time to tell our client that we've located his father.
In that case, I shall let him know.
Thanks a bunch. Now, let's get following them.
The group got into Van's car and began following the tracking device's signals. A few minutes later, they confirmed that the device had stopped moving.
Time to go kill some cultists. Well, effectively it'd be best if we could just kill the leader of the cult and get them out of there. The thing about cults that are so insidious is that most of the people inside are innocent. It's just that, you know, they're being preyed upon for their weaknesses.
The underground ruins, I see. The perfect place for staying out of sight.
Let's get going before we lose them.
Hoorah!
I'm gonna change everyone's costumes back. Man, can't believe we end up busting a cult. Not that I'm not happy that we're busting up a cult, but still, can't believe that we're busting up a cult. Honestly, the brown hair kind of looks natural on Van. The blue hair looks pretty good on Aaron too, but let's stick with defaults. Enter the underground ruins? You betcha. Ugh. Huh, it's like I thought. Since it's an old model, it can't transmit orbital waves when underground like this.
Should we split into two groups and take a look around? No, please wait a moment. If I could just pick up the tracking device's signal, I may be able to utilize Marduk's search system in order to locate the device. Really? Signal confirmed. There seems to be a number of footsteps past the right turn toward the north corner of the area. That's incredible, Rosette. Let's go north.
Glad we got our SC with us. Let's get going then.
Ora!
Well, he's got it, but still. Seems like we gotta do quite a bit of walking to get there. Yeah, these guys don't give us much experience, so there's no real point in engaging them beyond just getting them out of our sight. Ideally, they would just piss off, but I guess we can't be so lucky. Don't care. Don't care. Look at all these things I don't care about. Yeah. Whoops.
This was one of Yakumo's hideouts. Seems like we keep getting drawn to this damn place. Anyway, we don't have time to stand around. Let's head inside. A few minutes earlier... What are you planning, drag us in here? Let us go! I don't give a shit about your divine punishment or whatever the hell this is. Oh, Adios, please forgive my sins. Now then, I suppose I should purify you all before the ceremony. I'll summon an aid of the goddess to help us with that. O six-armed servant of the goddess, grace this earth with your form. What the heck's that monster doing here? This is supposed to be an aid from the goddess? Ridiculous! Well, I admit that I tried to set up a nice religious atmosphere, but this part is rather unconvincing. Unfortunately, the only monster that I can control with this artifact is the one you see right here. Furthermore, monsters tend to stop listening to orders if you don't feed them regularly. It's quite a bother. What is the meaning of this, Father? Have you been deceiving us? Well, you're the ones who believed the lies I told you so easily, didn't you? Furthermore, I'd hardly call this deception. As I said, I'll be delivering you all to the goddess right now. No way. Am I really gonna die? Please, can't I just apologize? I'll apologize all you want. Oh, my beloved wife. Stefan, I'm so sorry. Please forgive your idiot of a father. Looks like the fake priest finally revealed his true colors. Pretty crazy that you've got an artifact there, though. Who are you? You people were at the ceremony of the scales. That we were. We're from the Arkride Solutions office, and this guy's son gave us a request to find him. Sorry to intrude. My son? Stefan did. Yes, he requested to make sure that you were doing well. Given that you're in danger, it's our job to protect you. You two, please get behind us as well. Will do. Our apologies, but we were recording what you just said. I can't believe it. To think you deceived so many people by telling them they could get good karma if they just gave you Mira. And to take people's lives like that? Just what are your intentions? You should already know that, of course. It's to make money, of course. All I had to do was put on the Priest Act, and the cash came rolling in. I happened to obtain this artifact by coincidence, and I've been using it to threaten and eliminate people who got in my way. It's the best business venture I could ever imagine. The people you deceived may have gotten what they deserved, and I can't shame you for making money, but I won't forgive you for using the goddess's name in vain. Doesn't matter much what you have to say if I silence you forever. You'll be the first to receive divine retribution. Go ahead, aid of the goddess. Let's go, everyone. We need to take this thing down fast. Jerk. Thankfully, Fairy has counters.
Don't think I need healing for anyone just yet. Oh, I got the stun off. That's good. How'd you miss? Why? Why'd you miss? Ooh. That was a decent amount of damage. Oh, whatever. Let's hit it again. Oh, I didn't need to go all out like this, but whatever. No kill like overkill. Alright, level 40 for Agnes. No way! Father, are you okay? Yeah! I can't believe that monster would lose. Well, I guess now we can calm down and have ourselves a nice chat. That was a strong one. But now, give up and let everyone go! I can't give up yet. I can't lose as long as I have this flute. Rise once more. Annihilate them all this time. That sound. I think it came from both the ceiling and the priest's flute. This is bad. They're both at their limit. If the priest uses that flute again, it'll probably break and the monster will run wild. If that happens, the cracks in the roof will get widened and it'll probably collapse in on us. I'll need to finish off that damn squid before the roof falls in. Alternatively, while it may not work, maybe I could try warning the priest. What should I do? Warn him it'll be the end if he plays the flute. Chaos is triangle, actually. And finish off the monster, which is the law option. Yeah, we're gonna warn him. Not just because I want chaos points, but because because I know he won't listen to me. So if we force him to do it, the monster will run wild, the thing will collapse on him, and he'll probably die. And he'll get the end he deserves. Because, seriously, fuck cultists. They all deserve. Well, they don't, but, like, leaders of cults definitely deserve to die. Anyway, I don't have time to stand around thinking. I need to warn him. Listen up, I need to tell you something right now. If you blow that flute, it'll be the end for you. Quit blabbering and accept your defeat. You're the ones who'll make your ends. At least take this time to repent before you find yourself at the goddess's doorstep. What? Hey, my flute! Ah! Ah! Why is it so powerful again? It truly is a tough monster. Dumbass. Everyone, out of the room now! The roof's about to cave in!
What? Retreating now! We're too far away from him. That man won't...
Wait! Your judgment is not yet wrought! Don't let him escape! Attack them! Ah! Wait! You really plan to leave me here? Ah!
Oh. He got what he deserved. If he had just listened to Van's warning...
It sucks, but this is the fate he chose. Let's get back above ground. You, come along with us.
Really? Do you mean to say...
Yeah, so, I don't feel bad about taking that Chaos Option. Not in the slightest. He completely deserved what he got. I'm so glad that was one of the choices. I'm not a vengeful sort of person, but honestly, certain people deserve that kind of fate.
Dad, I'm so glad you're okay.
Not only that, but it looks like you've lost a little weight as well. I think I might have. I'm so sorry for making you worry. I wanted to find some way to be back together with you and your mother, so I tried to find something to do, and ended up getting wrapped up in all this. I'm such a fool. I need to find some way to get over this rotten nature of mine. Honestly, you said something pretty praiseworthy right there. And I'll be with you on this journey. We'll get there slowly, together. Thank you, Stefan.
I'm so glad for you.
I'd like to thank you all again. I don't even want to imagine what would happen to my father if you weren't there.
Thank you all so much. I can't thank you all enough.
Hey man, I'm just here to pay the bills.
But to think the priest died and that artifact was destroyed. With their driving force gone, I imagine the whole cult will soon fall apart. Please try not to cause your son any more trouble.
Yes, of course.
We'll be heading out now. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, have a good one. Quest complete. 4,500 Mira obtained. Alright, so we got some gray points, and we got a lot more chaos points for that. And because we did all the sprigging requests, we got ourselves an extra stock time. It's funny because those police officers over there were just talking about pyramid schemes. And if we let them just go to the cops and get arrested after saving their asses, we probably would see them back out on the streets in a few weeks. So you know. Oh, hello, Spriggan. Good timing. What's up? Another request?
No, I have something I'd like to ask you. It appears you've gotten yet another new employee. Greetings. My name is Rosette Twining, a service concierge from Marduk. I'm currently on a temporary transfer to the Arkride Solutions office in order to assist Master Van with his work. I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot of each other from here on out.
The ex-wife meets the mistress. No.
From Marduk? A temporary transfer to assist Van? Well, aren't you lucky? You've got a beautiful, talented maid at your beck and call.
No, she's just assisting me since I'm testing stuff for the company.
I will do all that I can to accommodate Master Van's needs, so long as he continues to serve as our contractor. Of course, I'm also willing to help with your everyday needs. Please let me know whatever you require.
Hey, stop it!
I'm sure Rosette really can fulfill all of Van's needs.
Oh god. This is why they saved that blue exclamation point. Oh, poor baby. Poor Van. The death stare. It's perfect.
Let's get back to the topic at hand. I'd like to ask you about the incident in Tharbad.
Can't you just ask Sylphid about it? Yes, we're making her make a report, of course, but there's still many things we don't understand. That's why we'd like to get the full picture, if at all possible.
Including the incident in which you came face to face with Armada's Dawn and made him withdraw.
Well, I'll tell you everything I know.
Firstly, is it true that puppeteer girl is working with Armada? Yes, she's one of the people who attacked Ada.
It sounds like she's not actually a member of the group, but is working as a contractor for them.
It seems like she and Melchior originally came from the same organization. She has a... how do I put this? Eeriness that's different from the Mafia.
Yeah, she had the eyes of someone used to killing people. The Mafia kills people too, of course, but they've got a lot of cases where they prefer to leave someone alive and threaten them instead. But these two are different. Normally, they wouldn't even consider any other option. They were the eyes of someone who planned to obtain their goals through the use of murder. Well, Melchior appears to be in the same boat. He's an especially sick bastard.
Perhaps they come from a group that specialized in assassinations. For example...
Yeah, we're probably thinking of the same group.
Huh? Armada seems to be a different organization, but one with very deep ties to the other.
How troublesome. If they were just a normal Mafia, it'd be a lot easier to come up with proper countermeasures.
Yes, it appears we'll have to do things differently this time. On that note, there is one other thing about Armada that I'm curious about.
Their source of funding, I take it?
Yes. Sure, they used Vegas films to spread illegal drugs, but the quality of the drugs and the fact that they were mixing them into orbital shisaws make me think that they weren't really doing that for profit. It sounded like a show of Mira that would take a lot of power, that would take a lot of Mira to pull off properly.
Knowing them, they probably make plenty of money through other illicit means, but still. There's gotta be something else behind the scenes, but I really don't have a clue as to what it is.
Neither do we.
Regardless, thank you for telling us everything that you know. Please let the guild know if you find anything else out.
I'm sure the guild will be essential for creating countermeasures against Armada.
Well, usually this isn't the sort of thing I'd want my solutions office getting involved in, but I can make an exception. You guys let me know if you find out anything in exchange, you got it?
Yes, so long as our interests are aligned. I didn't really want all of you getting involved with Armada at first either, but...
well, you can tell that to them. It's not like I'm dealing with this stuff because I want to.
I don't think that's true at all. Respectfully, Master Van, I believe it's in your nature not to let people like them do as they please.
I'm well aware of his personality, too. What are you all talking about now?
I've been searching around trying to find which organization might be Armada's source of funds. You guys need to be careful out there. You've been pretty closely involved in all these incidents, so it's likely they have their eyes on you. If something bad happens, it'll already be too late. Make sure to come talk to us before it gets to that point, okay?
She's just worried about her. She's just worried about her man. It's okay. Alright, we've got one more Connect event to do. And my choices are Judith and Ashen. Honestly, Judith is just not appealing to me in the slightest. She's got a cute tushy, but that's all there is to it. After spending a while patrolling the city, Van and the others decide to take a short break. The group splits up, each going to spend some free time by themselves.
Ni hao, Van. I'm glad you decided to come. So you'll really give me a tour of the capital? Let's get going.
Hold on a second, I just came here to hear you out. First of all, why are you even in Edith right now? And there's no way you came alone.
Papa has some business to take care of here, so I decided to accompany him. Of course, I need to operate on my own for the most part.
So, you're saying you're not here as a representative of Heiue? Sorry, what? No, let me try that again. So what you're saying is that you're here as a representative of Heiue, then? In other words, this isn't just for fun and games.
Right you are. We've come to discuss with some of our contacts in the capital about what sorts of countermeasures we'll need against A. Zhao came too, but he ran off to goddess knows where as soon as we got here. And just when I was hoping he'd ask me for a date around the capital.
So the White Orchid Dragon's lurking around on his own right now. Yeah, I don't like the sounds of that.
Well, that's how things are, but there's still a good bit of time before the conference. Papa's busy making arrangements with some of our contacts at the moment, so I thought I'd enjoy some sightseeing while I had the chance. Edith's your home turf, is it not?
Seriously? Is that all you want? Couldn't you just go bother Aaron about this?
He was going to, but then he canceled on me at the last second. He just texted me saying, "Yo, I'm busy, go bother the old guy," and nothing else. He hasn't changed at all since coming to the capital, has he?
So it's this little shit who pushed her on me, huh?
Pretty please, Van. It's been so long since I've come to the capital. I wanted to at least grab some souvenirs or something. You could even consider Heiue in your debt for this?
I kinda doubt there'd be much interest on a debt like this, but whatever. I'm already here, so I'll just write this off as a little break from work until... So I guess I can accompany you for a little while.
Ooh, you're the best. Let's go then.
Ooh, excuse me. Oh. Yeah, the burpees.
So Van, which one do you think would suit Zhao more?
Why are you asking another guy what to get for a present for a guy? Shouldn't any of these be fine?
Oh, come on, take this seriously. We're all the way out here in the capital together. This is a prime chance for me to score some points with him. Or maybe it'd be a good idea if I got something that matches what he wears. Then, do you think one day, he'll just suddenly be all, "Wait, aren't these clothes kind of like Ashen's? Doki doki." And then when he realizes it, his heart will start pounding and stuff.
Gotta be honest, never in a million years would I imagine that happening. Oh dear.
So, what should I send him? Rema Ferry is a lot colder than it is here, so maybe he'd like some gloves or a scarf.
Oh yeah, I heard you had a little brother out there, yeah? He's studying abroad in Rema Ferry, I take it.
That's right. After all the stuff that happened in Crossbell a year and a half ago, he said he wanted to broaden his horizons or something like that. He'd been staying there for a while, so he probably has his own thoughts about this whole event.
I see. You sound pretty proud of him.
For the most part. He could go for not getting so weak in the knees whenever he sees a cute older girl, though.
Hey man. He can't help it that he's drawn to the Ara tendencies. Okay, so now you're picking up for something for old Gian?
Yep, Yeye loves his soba, says it relieves fatigue. He still seems busy as ever. It sounds like Heiue's still consulting him with about a lot of different things.
Well, it's not like all of his influence and power would disappear just because he mismanaged the incident last month. Well, if he's a soba fan, I recommend the powder you get from Crail Village. They should have some here.
Awesome, let's go with that then.
Meanwhile, at the riverside... Alright, I think I've killed enough time. What should I do next? Sorry. Oh, I know what I need. Time to do some day drinking, find myself a cute girl, and... So this is where you've been hiding, Aaron. Wow, you seem to be having a nice time after forcing her on me. What the hell? Why are you two here? Van and I took a guess where you might be, knowing you. I can't believe you went and canceled on me. You haven't been going around like this causing trouble for people, have you? And I bet your eating habits and sleeping schedule are all messed up again, and... Did you bring her here just so she could talk my ear off, you piece of shit? Hey kid, you get what you deserve. Van enjoyed guiding Ashen around the city like this for a while. After visiting the Treon Tower as their final destination, they returned back to the Satan District. That was really fun, and I was able to buy a bunch of souvenirs. That tower's really something up close. It gives the one in Langport a run for their money. I think they're kind of hard to compare, honestly. Hey, Ashen. Oh, it's fine. I already know they're here. I'm here on business for the Liu family. Why did you come all the way here from the Gleaming City for? Seems like you've been making all sorts of business trips recently. Well done, Madame Ashen. An assassin? He's not with the Liu family? He's not. You purposely didn't conceal your presence as well as you could have, did you? Perhaps your master's trying to imply that his assassins have no need to exert themselves just to keep tabs on one little girl. Madame Ashen, you seem to misunderstand. My master is merely searching for a path that will ensure Heiwei continues to flourish, even as this nation enters increasingly dark times. That's what you people always say. You're sorely mistaken if you think you can keep this up forever. Of course, we have no intention to start a fight. At least, not in public. However, if you are by any chance planning to take this opportunity to try and get the jump on us, know that the Liu family will accept your challenge graciously. I will inform my master. Let's head back then. How can you switch moods like that so quickly? Freaks me out. You really are a daughter of Heiwei, though. Guess there's no fight in your blood. Wonder what would have happened to me if I refused your invitation today and pissed you off. You meanie? I'd never do something like that to you. I hope we get the chance to hang out like this again in the future. Seriously, I wasn't lying when I said how grateful I am for everything you did in Langport, and what you've done to help Aaron, okay? I know. Sorry for my poor taste in jokes, Miss Liu. Gotta say, I feel like I gotta hear some pretty out there stuff. What was all that about them getting the jump on you guys? There's been a lot going on behind the scenes. Like Papa said, Heiwei isn't a monolith. Of course, we need to try and tighten things up wherever we can. Yeye always tells me to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Alright, let's head back for real this time. I want to go ahead and report to Papa. He should have just returned himself, so why don't you come meet him? I'm sure he'll thank you for coming with me today. No, I'm good. I don't really want to go having any more secret meetings with you troublemakers than I have to. Van, stop calling us that! In the end, Ashen dragged Van along to pay Van a visit anyway. Feeling completely exhausted, Van met back up with his helpers and resumed work for the day. Alright, we got an accessory. Dope. That was totally worth it. To think you wouldn't get an accessory if you chose to hang out with Judith instead. Alright. So we got Chivo. We got somebody's bond level up to max, so arts defense +1. That's okay, I guess. I am interested in seeing what this equipment is. I'm leaving the hit thing on. This is what? EP +15, arts defense +150. Is that EP regen, or is that... Let us consult the combat sheet and see what it tells me. Got from a thing. Okay, so yeah, it's just EP +15 straight up, arts defense +150. Considering that those aren't like great things, and they're just stats, and they're not prevention materials. Yeah, we got what we got, basically. Alright, I guess that's everything we need to do today, so let's make a save and continue on. There's one thing I want to do before forcing the main quest along, and that's just reporting in at the reporting all our SP and stuff. Alright. So not enough to get a rank up or anything, but I think we have to do this straight from the go-to menu. Yeah, we do. Promised to meet up with the immovable once I wrapped up my work for the day. Should I get going then? Yes, you should. Oh. Excuse me. Again. Van and his helpers stopped at Central Station last, and after buying some supplies, they returned to the office. However, October 18th, 3:30. So, it's a little early, but we're wrapping up work for today here. You two can head back to the office, and you can go home on, yes? Sound good? Huh? Is this because of the call from the immovable? Yeah, it doesn't sound like a major job. And congratulations on finishing your probation period, Rosette. No clue how long you'll be with us, but I'm looking forward to your assistance. Yes, the same to you. I'll carry the supplies back. Thanks a bunch. See you later, then. Don't go back too late, okay? Well, this is boring. I'm pretty interested in what he's doing, so do you guys want to tail him? Huh? But we couldn't possibly... You're interested too, aren't you? Aren't you? Well, yeah, but... Surely you're against it, right, Rosette? This is his private life, after all. Not at all. His destination has me rather interested for quite some time. Additionally, it's for his client's sake that he's going, so it hardly seems like a private affair. Finally, Master Van encouraged me to begin taking some private time,
So I want to enjoy that time to its fullest. Really? It's decided then. In that case, the more people tailing him, the better. I'll call up Aaron. Is something the matter, Lady Agnes? I just don't want to be left out, okay? Really though, Rosette, I always thought you were more mature than this. I'm only 20 years old. Please, you'll have to pardon my shortcomings.
Now we've even got the movie screen, the black bars, so you know that we're in full movie mode. Look at Van being smooth and shaking off his tail. Okay, do you seriously not recognize how much you stand out like that? Yo, good to see you, Arkride. Sorry for calling you out here so suddenly. How'd you explain it to the kids? I just skimmed over the details and shook them off. Yeah, I'm still going. Good morning, Sora. How's it hanging? Try to call me about these sorts of things in advance, alright? I've got a bunch of curious brats in my hair now. I'll make sure to next time. Great. Alright now, what do you need? If you just need some camouflage, wouldn't Elaine or Clausel work fine? Game's really fun. I'm quite enjoying it. Get to do some shady shit. I gotta kill a cultist. I mean, I'm having a great time. Sure, they're talented enough, but they draw eyes in a different way. Plus, thinking about the people we're about to meet with, you're probably better to have along. Don't tell me we're actually gonna... I'll buy you a beer to make up for it. Come on, let's head inside. Okay, this place has good music. Ah, we're finally in the slums. About time. The 13th District. The Darklight District. The Darklight District. The place where the dregs of Edith society come to meet. It's been here for a long time, but it's really gotten lively these past 2 years. That's right. The so-called 13th District. Not available on any map. An extraterritorial region spread out underground, where all sorts of people from the underworld come to let off steam. A place like this might be too much for those kids from your office. Well, I'm sure I'll bring them here one of these days. As long as they keep it up in this business, there's no way for them not to learn about it. I suppose you're right. I've been thinking about it for a while, but you're a pretty good guardian, aren't you? Shut up and tell me where we're going. Alright, alright. It's a bar just up ahead. Just be on the lookout, alright? Yeah, I know. I got a bad feeling about this. Is it too late for me to go home? Come on, there's no need to be like that. Oh, they just randomly want to pick a fight with me. Alright. Well, at least I get a fight with good buddy Zin here. Damn, he was really hitting hard, though. Yeah, no. Just a bunch of scrubs. Easy peasy. Come on, you're making our opponents look bad. Well, they must be really inexperienced if they couldn't see the gaps between themselves and the immovable just from a glance. You got me amazed at Taito all over again. Guess it's the main style of the three great Eastern martial arts for a reason. It may be, but it's fallen out of popularity recently. When Master Ryuga died 10 years ago back at the main dojo, the school was done for after all. Now, it's barely hanging on, just passed down by a few small dojos scattered around. The main dojo, huh? Well, this is just about what I've heard, but you go around to different dojos to teach sometimes, don't you? Have you ever thought about trying to take back Taito's reputation and working towards its revival? If it were you, I doubt you'd have any issues. I'm interested in a revival, sure, but I'm not the right man for the job. It's not like I can forget about my bracer work, either. Perhaps when I retire, I'll give it some thought. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guild couldn't handle you leaving now. Especially when you consider how things have been in the Republic recently. I've got to say, though, you're not bad yourself. You've got a lot of weird techniques mixed in there, but you're really top-notch when it comes to Kunlun. I take it you had a really good master? Yeah, so good that I didn't deserve him. And in the end, I never got a chance to repay him for everything he did for me. I think I know who his master was. Anyway, let's get going. We've got some people waiting for us just a bit further in.
Hello there. Would you like some herbs to make you feel good? All of my goods are relatively safe and relatively legal, but they're sure to be effective. I used to have some more legally gray products here, but a while ago some guys got their hands on them and got pretty fucked up. I warned those thugs only to use the recommended amount, so it's definitely their fault for not listening. Regardless, I found it better not to sell them just to be safe.
Okay, so she's focusing more on legal products then. Shouldn't be any problem as long as people don't abuse them. I see. I might have to question her for a bit more information later. So yeah, we're gonna buy her weed brownies. We get a gift for somebody here. And there are some ingredients for sale, so take a few of those. Oh, it's a gift for Elaine. I'm sure she'll appreciate this thing we found in the black market. Alright, and strength plus 7 for Elaine. Dope.
Hey there, boys. You sightseers? Well, why don't you play around with me? You're pretty handsome, mister, and that big guy over there looks really strong.
Well, it's hard to say no to a pretty woman like you. Don't start going along with her, Zin. Oh, Spriggan! Glad to see you in high spirits. And the immovables here, too. I take it you've got some business to attend to? I suppose I won't pry. You seem pretty well connected, old man. Guess I can't afford to be careless around you. He who controls information controls people, they say. It's just a trick of the trade. Anyway, I look forward to your patronage, Immovable. Sounds good. Just don't cause any trouble for the guild, alright? I feel like I'm seeing a fox and a tanuki go at it. Yeah, I'm steering clear of this one. Arts plus 12 and stuff? This actually seems like a fine accessory to buy. He also has curios for sale, but I've bought all the ones already. This one. Oh, it's a gift for Ren. Well, we might as well get her a gift. I don't see them anywhere around here. I guess this isn't the place. And who are they, exactly? Well, good day, Van. And the Immovable as well. It's been too long. What, you know this guy too? You've really got connections. This guy's one of the best underworld weapons dealers in Calvard. It's a bit of a touchy subject for the guild, but I've counted on him as an information broker a number of times. It's an honor to hear you say that. I hardly think I've done anything worthy of such praise. And in that one incident, I couldn't do anything at all. I'm so sorry. I'm so worthless. The dissonance between him crying like that and that mask is super creepy. Well, he's a bit strange, but he's a good guy. Is he? With a mask like that, is he really a good dude? Ooh, armor. And we will buy one for Reset as well. Don't want to overspend or anything. That doesn't look like the place. That's not the place. There's someone else I can talk to here? Or is that... Okay, there is. Huh? What's the Immovable doing in a place like this? Well, whoever you are, customer's customer. This just isn't really your field, is it? You got no right to go interfering with us, got it? Don't worry, I'm not here to get in the way of your business. I'm sure you don't mind if I come here now and then to just have some nice sake and ask a few questions, though, do you? Well, if that's all you're doing, I guess that's alright. Just don't go pretending to be on the side of justice here. Yes, I'll take that as some friendly advice. Former Jaeger from the looks of it. Quit it. It's not a good idea to go snooping around in people's history here. Well, either way, this isn't the bar we're looking for. These aren't the droids you're looking for. Nothing too new here. Alright. Let's move on with the plot then. The gambling bar Bexon. Oh. Well... I saw them when I came up and it was like, oh no. You've gotta be kidding me. Sorry to keep you waiting. Oh, Van. It's been a while. You too, Immovable.
You're late.
I wasn't expecting you to be here too, Arkride. I'm just here to act as a chaperone, that's all. If I'd known for sure what sort of people were gonna be here, I would have just said no and left. Oh, come on, don't be like that. Walter, I knew you were in the Republic, but it's been more than 2 years since we last saw each other. Not since Jormungand, right? Still regret that we couldn't finally settle things back then. You're not alone. It's really fine for us to be meeting again so casually again like this. Yes, I already checked with the Orchid Dragon over there, and that guy too. This is just how things gotta be for a while. At least until we get to the bottom of those guys. I see. So today we're having a friendly exchange of parties that are after Armada, nothing more. Well, we've got another person here I wouldn't expect. And who are you? Please pretend I'm not even here. Just think of me as a traveler who happened to drop by the same store. Yeah, not sure if I can do that. Well, at least your mantle's enough to help me narrow down what group you're from anyway. So yeah, even the church is in on this. Surprise. So far, we've hardly been able to investigate Armada at all. I just received a report the other day that a bracer sent to look into them has gone missing. Indeed. Since that incident in Langport, it seems to happen to a number of Heiue's men as well. In fact, they sent a video making an example of one of them to the Council of Elders not long ago. Did they now? Things are really heating up. Well, nothing like that's happened at the Society, but we got one guy higher up who's strangely interested in them. They got that annoying piece of shit excited, then I'm sure they're a rough bunch. We all agree that we should crush them before they get to be any more of a pain, right? An annoying piece of shit, huh? Is that the same one you mentioned before? I'm here on request of Old Man Oathbreaker. Now why don't you and I have a nice long chat? So, even the 4th Anguis is interested? I suppose the word crush is up to interpretation, but I at least think we're all on the same page. I take it the guy in the hood is here to keep his mouth shut, but I know the CID is working independently on the case as well. Although there's really no way to know what their backer is actually thinking. Rocksmith's replacement, yeah? I've heard some interesting things about him, let me tell you. Doesn't the fact that he keeps his mouth shut about a place like this existing clue you in enough? Yes, President Rocksmith likewise associated with a broad range of people, but many of our elders seem to welcome the new president's flexibility. Though by that same token, it can make him a much more difficult negotiation partner. Well, to the guild it's a bigger problem when you two are all buddy-buddy. Oh, no need for concern. We're taking your rules into consideration as much as we can. Listen, guys, can you stop probing into each other's organizations while we're in the middle of an information exchange? Speaking of, if this is just an information exchange, then why the hell am I here? Hold up, Arkride. We're just about to get into the meat of things. Walter. Come on, we got such a rare opportunity, and this is the perfect place for it. You want to wrap things up after getting blue-balled for 2 whole years, don't you? You aren't wrong about that. You knew this was gonna happen, didn't you? Don't fuck with me. I'm not getting in the middle of you two monsters fighting. Arkride, White Orchid Dragon, you two are coming with us. Come on, this is just part of our little exchange. He'll let everyone get to know each other better.
Well, I'd rather not get in the middle of a match between two masters either, but if it will allow me to observe Van and the esteemed immovable skills firsthand, then who am I to refuse? You too? Sorry, Arkride. This is just how things are going. Help me out here, will you? If it were just the two of us going at it freely, I don't know how much damage we might cause to the surrounding area or people. You son of a bitch! I'll refrain from combat and stand witness. You can all have at each other as much as you please. Oh, well, aren't you doing great for yourself? You sure you don't want to tag in instead? I'm sure we'll have a chance to get to see his skills later. Oh. Now then, let this match be remembered. Motherfucker. Alright, so we gotta fight fucking Zhao and Walter. Fuck you, Zin. Wait, Zin has stealth? Why? I mean, that's cool, but why? Alright. I guess we're drawing their attention to me. What skills we got? We got a strength buff. Gives us HP regen. Let's go with that. Man, they're really going after Van. As they should be. Damn. Alright, well, I scared them off. That was literally all I had to do. Just have Van take a few punches for Zin, and Zin to be like, okay, time to fuck him up. It's kind of hoping we get like a full fight, but hey. So, this is what a prospective S rank can do. Why don't you take the job? I've still got room to grow. Not just in my Taito skills. But maybe if I finally stop you here, I'll get a bit more confidence. Sounds like a fun. Come on, you guys, quit it! Whoa, are they gonna... Things are really heating up. We should run. Why can't I move my legs? Seems there won't be any stopping them now. It will be an honor to oversee this match. Cut it out, you two! It's funny, everyone gets frozen and Kilika's like, fuck you. End it now. Well, well. It's you. Kilika? You got here faster than I expected. Thought we could have gone on for a bit longer. I know you two have a lot to personally work out, and I could overlook this, but... How do you think this reflects on you as a prospective S-rank bracer, and as the 8th enforcer of Ouroboros?
Wait a second. He's the one who started the whole thing. Oh, really now? You seem pretty into it too, don't you think? Are we in Sunday school right now or something? How unfortunate. I really wanted to watch this one to the end. I must applaud the Flying Swallow's control of the situation. I don't believe I've seen you since last month, Spriggan. Looks like Zin got you wrapped up in all this. And Branch Manager Zhao, I take it things are going well in Crossbell. Yes, I left the situation there to Yin and the support section. Are you just allowed to casually drop shit like that? Anyway, it looks like you got some pretty weird guests with you. Huh, got a complaint, punk? Calvard Spriggan. Or maybe I should call you the dropout Kunlun student. Huh? Wait, are you two... Come on, Celise. It's not polite to glare at someone the moment you meet them. Fuck, she looks like Shirley. It doesn't matter if he's some worthless nobody of questionable origin who just wanders around aimlessly. It's very rude to say. Excuse me? Hey, I didn't say all that. You're the one being rude here. Oh? Anyway, it seems like it was worth coming here. To think I'd find the user of one of the 3 great martial arts, and all around the greatest martial artist in Ouroboros here. And I certainly didn't expect to find you, of all people, here. Who is Hooded Man? Heh, I thought it seemed like you were skittering around somewhere recently. You've got some serious balls getting in bed with the snakes, don't you think? I have no idea what you're referring to. I am simply a passing traveler. I happen to come across these people by coincidence. I oblige you to overlooking this incident, Madame Ortesia, Sir Balthazar. Isn't that an admittance of guilt? You certainly have an interesting way of doing things, Vice Captain. Looks like you've got it tough guiding these brats around. Well, we happen to have an agreement for the time being. I'm sure it still works for all of you. Oi, who you calling a brat? You seem like you're on a roll, Direwolf. Don't get ahead of yourself, old man. You and that stiff over there both want me to teach you a lesson? Oh. And how are you going to teach me, little lady? That big thing on your back looks like it could rough me up a bit. Even though you're just a kid who barely looks like she's 27. Huh? I'm 27. You got a problem with that? Oh, I see. Well, you need something then, or... I'll kill you. Well, you've done it now. She really doesn't like people pointing out how tiny she is, or the fact that she's got a baby face. I'll kill you too, Rion. Hey, Arkride, you want to fight her instead? What? Like hell I do! Give me a break. But yeah, I think I know who these 3 are. Oh, there he is. Huh? Van, there you... Wait. Huh? Zhao? Wait, this whole lineup's a mess. Oh, greetings, Aaron. How have you been this past month? Seriously, I thought I shook you guys off.
This is what happens when you let yourself get involved half-heartedly. Even Elaine? Oh, you're here now too? Hey, ain't that the famous one? The Sword Maiden, yes? And the woman next to her. I found Agnes and the rest searching for you. I wasn't completely sure, but I had a good idea, so I brought them along with me just in case. I am terribly sorry. I hadn't the slightest idea that the situation here would be like this. But I see. This is quite the interesting place. Look, I was planning to show you guys around here eventually. Seriously though, Elaine, why'd you go out of your way to bring them all here? So when you bring them into dangerous situations, it's fine. A little late to complain about that one, don't you think? You still sleeping there, old man? I just saw a child over there, so it can't be all bad. We understand that you're just looking out for us, but it feels a bit lonely to be kept at a distance like that.
Alright. This one's on me. I'm sorry I got you wrapped up in all this. But, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Which one is it, damn it?
Also, Zin, I can't believe you did all of this without a single word to me. Don't you think this is too big of a decision to be making on your own?
No, not really.
Goodness me.
Looks like the fun's over. Whatever, I guess we can cross off today as a little meeting, okay? There's nothing else I need from you. Walter.
Let's meet again sometime, okay? Though when we do, you might be behind bars.
Well then, if you'll excuse me as well, strangers.
I guess we can save the introductions for later. Sorry for making you guide us here, miss. I'll be taking my leave, too. Immovable, Sword Maiden, Spriggan, Four Eyes. See you around. I'm sure we'll have another chance to meet, depending on what A does. Well, that's one order of business settled. Would those of us remaining like to re-engage in our little information exchange?
No hesitation whatsoever. So, it's basically settled, yeah? Armada has to be using some sort of outside force.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. As for their source of funding, it must be coming from an ethnic terrorist group. No way. That does match up what we heard about before. Yes, this matches with Marduk's risk analysis assessment. Terrorists that were targeting people from the Far and Middle East years ago. There are still a few white groups that hold stock in their lineage back to the former kingdom's aristocracy. And 4 years ago, the largest of those groups launched an attack on the trade conference in Crossbell. Yes, though it appears that thanks to some insurance in place, they were stopped.
Smug bastard.
After that incident, President Rocksmith ordered a crackdown on them, and they fell silent. Following the Great War, however, the reparations we received from Erebonia and the subsequent economic boom made the topic die down quite a bit. One might say that economic boom provided quite the cover for them. This is just one of many problems that are becoming apparent now that the reparations are coming to an end, yes?
Look, I still don't know how Armada's tied into all this, but if they've got a sponsor like that, it's no surprise that their influence is expanding like it is. If they have that much Mira on hand, they'd be able to call in outside help easily. Like how we know they brought in the puppeteer from the same organization as Melchior. If they're strong enough to eliminate a first-class Jaeger group, It would have to be an extraordinary group of people. I see. So, does everyone think it's the garden as well? I see you're quite familiar with them, even though it's a name many in the underground don't know either.
The garden? Who are they? They're a completely different breed from the Mafia like the Armada. They're an underworld group different from the Society, whose existence was first confirmed 9 years ago. They're an infamous assassin group, one that abducts young children and trains them from an early age.
Seriously, you sure we're talking about the real world here?
Unfortunately, yes. Though they have few formal members, they're known for their incredibly high efficacy rates. We've confirmed that multiple gardens exist, each with their own warden. The Marduk Company knows about them as well. Though we have few details on them, they're regarded as an S+ threat. There was a period in which the vast majority of unsolved assassination cases seemed to be their handiwork.
Yes, they've gone to a point where they're so effective that copycat groups are starting to show up. Still, their name hasn't popped up over these past 2 years all that often. Ever since one of their leaders, the Warden of Swords, had an incident where he let some children escape.
Something like that really happened? Huh? This story, I feel like I've heard about it somewhere before. Van?
It's nothing. I'm concerned about Armada working with such a dangerous group. Between this, their funding from the ethnic terrorists. Just how is everything all tied together? And then the biggest problem is figuring out the reason for all this.
Right.
We know they've got the 3 most dangerous tiles in their hand. It's just a matter of what meld they're going for. Oh, I see you play Mahjong too. I mean, I suppose we'll need to coordinate as we focus on that from here on out. Man, the death stares. The death stares. I love them. Yes, I'm sure we'll be coordinating a great deal in the near future.
Looks like this is about as far as we'll get for today. Yes, though I'm sure we'll have much more room for cooperation than some of the others.
Well, I and my associates would be honored to be included in that room of yours. Well, setting Gien aside, I know that there are more moderate people like Fan and Heiyue. I'm sure you and your employees don't mind either, right, Arkride? Listen, whether or not I mind or not, I'm the only one with ties to all of your groups. You guys were just gonna use me as a conduit anyways, right? Oh, you figured us out? Why are you all on the same page? Oh, man. Poor Van. It appears you've already gotten used to life here in the capital, yes? Madame Ashton has been very worried about you, so please try not to run too wild, for her sake. Why she gotta be so fussy? Just go home already, stop bothering me. Oh, I was meaning to ask, how's Jin been doing? He's still studying abroad in Remiferia, right? He's doing quite well. It sounds like he's been blessed with many good friends at his middle school there. Hey, Division Chief. I've known you known the bear for a while, but still. I always thought it was Rune's job to work out agreements like this. Oh. Ah, yes. That man was one of yours and Elaine's old friends, right?
Yes, well, I currently have him assigned to a different matter. I'm sure you'll be hearing all about it shortly.
Do you mean... Jeez. Even the more tolerable of the CID division chiefs is like that. They are seriously way too much to deal with.
Master Van, I don't believe you should be saying that about others. That's right. you came here all the way on your own after all.
I'm not too happy that you managed to shake us off, but that's whatever.
Since we're here, what exactly is this place?
This is the Darklight District. It's the 13th district that's not technically supposed to exist, known as the underside of Edith. It's existed for a while, and has changed locations over time, but it's basically a lawless zone that police typically avoid. It's the district for people of the underworld to take refuge and hang out.
A 13th district? I didn't think a place like this really existed. I think my Obby might have mentioned something about this. I've heard rumors in the past, but I hadn't imagined it'd be quite like this. It must be an underground space spreading across a few districts that was abandoned when planning the city.
Sword Lady led us through a whole bunch of maze of passages just to get through here. There's illegal goods, underground fights. Sounds like a pretty fun place. Alright, well, there's nothing I can do now that you've come here. You probably didn't get any info since Elaine was with you, but little fights and skirmishes are part of everyday life here. Starting with that, I guess I should teach you about how etiquette works around here. Are you interested in doing a round around here before we head up above ground?
Of course! Oorah!
Just what I was hoping for. So, I'm feeling kind of tired right now. I'm putting at 4.5 hours right now, which is about how long my streams usually go for these, so I actually think I'm going to stop it here. So yeah, thank you all for coming. I hope you enjoyed this episode of Kuro no Kiseki, and I hope you join me next time. It seems like everyone's joining forces to take care of Armada, which shows you just how serious this shit is. And we got some ties to Swin and Nadia too, which was really cool. I hope we get to see them again. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna call an episode here. If you want to help support the channel, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, do all that fun stuff. And, you know, feel free to check out my fanfiction as well if you're curious about that. But I'm gonna call it here. Again, pretty tired, so have a good night, everyone. We'll see you next time.